Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Roxas. Hi, Rogue. Hi, Wings. How you're doing? Welcome in. I hope you are doing good. Oh, it's the same thing that's look, before I start, right? The same thing is happening for yesterday and today. Look, I assure you, I drink so much coffee to keep myself awake, but it didn't. I don't know if I'm immune to coffee at this point. I'm a little bit terrified. Just a little bit, because I love coffee, and I always love where coffee can really keep me awake. But at this point, I'm a little bit terrified, just a little bit. In case I'm sleepy, is what I'm trying to say. And you might think, hey, it's only like 12:13 in the afternoon, and I'm already sleepy. Like, yeah, I don't know why. Oh wait, maybe I know why. Oh, pet? Okay, moisturize, I will. I think I kind of know why. At least I feel like. Is that I had nightmares for the past 2 days, actually. Even yesterday, I had nightmares, and it just kind of... I don't remember what the nightmare is. I don't. I just remember that I woke up heart pounding. That's it. And then I try to remember what happened, but I don't. And I don't like that kind of nightmare. I hate it. But yeah, it happens. I'm okay though. It's just a bit of a nightmare that's like kind of making me not able to sleep well. But let's hope it doesn't persist for too long. I'm okay though, and I'm here to play Okami. So I'm playing. Oh yeah, title-wise, I'm putting blind playthrough, even though I did play this game before, but I never finished it. I never played really far, and the last time I played was about 5 or 6 years ago. It's a very long time ago, right? It's a very long time ago. When I played it, many years ago. So I figured that it would be good to put a blind playthrough so that, I mean, kind of blind to the game. So I think, yeah. hopefully I don't get spoiled or anything. Yeah. Wait, here, Okami HD. This. Oh, I forgot to change it. Maybe I should have like a camera set before this. Like two different cameras, I think. Right? Or am I a little bit too high? No. No. My horns. So this is what I'm gonna be playing today. I think... How about this? Let's make this a weekly thing, or if I feel like I want to play Okami, then I'll do it. Because I heard, or at least to my experience of playing this game for a little bit back then, it's like this game is quite long, right? I think this game is quite long, so it's gonna take a while to beat, or it's gonna take a while to finish this game. I don't know. I can't be sure. Anyway, I forgot to make myself online. Oh, God. There. Let me just close this, and I'm gonna open up Okami. Am I missing something now? Yeah, I am. Alright, there. See, the thing is, I always forget to open up closed captions, which I kind of feel bad. Closed captions sometimes can help those who has the tab muted or my stream muted. Which is totally fair, if I'm at work or something. So it's a normal thing to do. I mean, I do that most of the time when I lurk. So sometimes having closed captions does help. Oh, why is it in Windows? Can I, like, alternate enter? No, I didn't mean to skip that. Bug. Yeah. The game's not as loud as I thought, which is awfully nice. It's rare for a game to not blow my eardrums the first thing they do. Here, let me make it original settings. Oh, God. I mean, borderless window work very nicely. Thank you. What is original settings? Minigames. Turn the loading screen minigames on or off. Yeah, why not? I love minigames. Oh yeah. When this game first came out, it's like square. The aspect ratio of screens are still like square. God, it makes me feel old. Even though I'm only like 26, I already feel old. It's like, oh, God. I'm not gonna fiddle around too much with the options. Controls, I'll figure out. Continue. Uh-huh. Yeah, return to title screen, please. I was like, why is there a continue option when I never played the game before? It's like, yeah. Glad I tried. Let's do a new game. I hope the game's not too soft, honestly. Kamiya. Hideki Kamiya. Oh, you place anyway. Nice, alright. Oh yeah, they have this. Alright. Long ago, a tiny hamlet known as Kamiki lay nestled in a grove of proud and beautiful cherry blossoms. Each and every tree around the quiet burg was honored as a god. However, the village was not without its dark secrets. Oh, that looks good. Who is that? To satiate the appetite of Orochi, a fearsome cave-dwelling beast. Oh, Orochi, yeah. Ooh. Oh, they look good. Sorry. A young maiden was offered as a sacrifice at an annual festival. With a body like a mountain and 8 heads mounted on next the thighs. Of 3 trunks, its blood-red eyes alone were said to curse anyone who gazed into them. No one dared disobey the horrific beast. Yeah, that does sound very scary, you know. But 8 heads though, ooh. Okay, I'm sorry. When the night of the sacrifice drew near, a mysterious white wolf appeared outside the village. Oh, there it is. This wolf, its coat as brilliant as snow, was dubbed Shiranui. What? Butt spot? Why did butt spot butt me all of a sudden? Wait, no. Huh? Wait, huh? Wait, this is not Borderless. I cannot keep... Where's my mouse? Why did I suddenly get butted by Buttspot? I don't know. Village and made a habit of patrolling the streets at night. People assumed the wolf to be a familiar of Orochi. Oh. Patrolling though? Oh, it could be. I'll be confused too. Suddenly a white wolf patrolling the village. One villager took it upon himself to face the fearsome Shiranui. The warrior, Nagi, attempted many times to challenge the wolf. but his attempts were thwarted by Shiranui's swift movements. Ah, can't even win against a dog, huh? Before long, the night of the accursed festival had arrived. A white plumed arrow heralded the coming sacrifice. Piercing the sky, the arrow sunk its shaft squarely into the home of Nami, the village's most beautiful maiden. Ah. Nagi, harboring a secret love for Nami, was enraged by this sign. Determined to put an end to Orochi once and for all, Nagi traveled to the beast's cave in place of his beloved. Ooh. But you can't win against Shiranui. Oh. Do Orochi look so good? Okay, sorry. I'll stop. The Moon Cave, a place as dark as evil itself, served as Orochi's home. As Nagi stood bravely before the entrance, a beast appeared, eyes glowing crimson upon 8 thrashing necks. Orochi stood tall before him, anxious for another sacrifice. Nagi leapt with incredible grace, swinging his blade valiantly. On and on he slid, well into the moonless night. But Orochi's height was like steel. The blade left nary a scratch. I mean, of course, scales are tough. At long last, Nagi, his energy spent from the intense battle, dropped to his knees, fatigued and gasping for breath. He knew he was staring death in the face. It was then that the wolf appeared. As if to protect Nagi, it stood its ground before Orochi. Oh, is Okami Shiranui? I don't remember that. In the darkness of the cave, the wolf's coat shone brilliantly. Alas, it was Shiranui, the wolf that dwelt outside the village. Baring its fearsome claws, Shiranui leapt towards Orochi. Orochi reared its terrifying head, readying its fangs for battle. The two beasts struggled wildly, thrashing in the darkness. Mysterious and terrifying, the spectacle continued. Look at the size of that thing! God. Shiranui summoned gusts of divine wind to counter Orochi's flames. Okay, Shiranui is so Okami, hello? Yeah. Wait, didn't they know? Wait, Okami has markings though. As Orochi closed in on Shiranui, sharpened claws glistening, a gigantic tree suddenly sprouted forth, shielding the wolf. Shiranui fought gallantly to gain the upper hand, however. Orochi, protected by a mystical power, was not easily bested. Shiranui, covered in gashes, majestic coat dyed crimson, stood exhausted before the mighty Orochi. Orochi saw a chance to strike what would be the final blow. But Shiranui refused to give in. With its last ounce of strength, the majestic wolf gazed heavenward and unleashed a mighty howl. Suddenly, the black clouds overhead dissipated. Oh, hi Essie. I've been pooped. Oh. Hi Essie, it's been a while. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. Also, welcome Ruin. The light from above glinted off Nagi's sword as a beacon of hope. And guided by his sword, Nagi, who had been taking shelter in the shadows, stood proudly to face his adversary. Whoa, so they won against Orochi? Channeling all his strength into his scarred and battered arms, He leapt ferociously towards Orochi, his sword poised high. The golden sword danced in his hands like a puppet on a string. Yo, Droxen, you're cheating. This is supposed to be a blind playthrough and yet you're not wearing a blindfold? Look, I'm a kobold. I can cheat sometimes. It's fine. Don't worry about it. One by one, Orochi's fearsome heads separated from their owner. Oh, so they won against Orochi. Orochi's broken body collapsed in the lake of its own blood. In that instant, the curse that plagued the villagers was lifted. As the battle subsided, the sun shone once again in the sky. Shiranui had succumbed to Orochi's poison and struggled to breathe. Oh god, no! Nagi scooped the beast into his arms and returned to Kamiki. When they reached the village, Shiranui was no longer moving. No, the poor doggo! The village elder gently stroked the wolf's head. In response, Shiranui let out a hoarse and pitiful bark. Then closed its eyes and drifted off as if into slumber. No, I'm sad now. Why don't I remember any of these? I mean, to be fair, the last time I played this was about 5 or 6 years ago, so that's why I put blind playthrough, and I never finished this game. Peace had at last returned to Kamiki village. In honor of Shiranui's heroic exploits, the villagers erected a shrine and placed the statue of the wolf within it. Nice. Nagi's sword was christened Tsukuyomi and placed inside the moon cave. Oh, Tsukuyomi, huh? Yeah, fair enough. The villagers all looked forward to an age of endless peace. Oh, endless peace? Oh. Oh! However, this is not the end of the story. There's more to this tale than most people know. 100 years had passed since Nagi and Shiranui's heroic exploits. It happened so quickly that no one in the village even took notice. Oh, is Orochi gonna revive or some shit? Hey yo, I want to look at Orochi. Oh, is that Tsukuyomi? Hi? Is this the legendary sword? Is this Tsukuyomi? The sword that banished and the dreaded Orochi? No, it couldn't be. It's just a legend, nothing but a fairy tale. Oh, says you. Oh shit! Oh, you dead. Oh, you dead. Oh, why would you do that? Oh, you're so dead. Oh, dude, Orochi looks so good. Oh my god. Oh, he who seeks power, he who has broken my bonds. Speak the words, I wish darkness onto the world. Utter that prayer unto me and unleash my power. Oh, now you're becoming a pussy? Oh, should have known better. Should have known better. Oh, come on, man. You really just gonna do that? Oh my god, Orochi is way bigger than I thought. Can I just say Orochi is pretty hot looking? Yeah. Oh my god, the power. Oh, hi Space Gear. Boop Orochi. It's okay, Orochi has 8 heads. I can boop the other one. Hi Space Gear, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I can skip? What do you mean skip? horrible tragedy suddenly swept over the land. However, there was one village that seemed to escape the terrible curse. The tiny settlement of Kamiki village enjoyed the protection of a sacred tree. It is here that the real story begins. Oh, that's pretty cool. Alright. Yes, see? Okami has markings. But they say Shiranui is like brilliant white snow. Uh-oh. Wood Sprite Sakuya. Uh-huh. Doing well? Ah, good to know, good to know. You poop me? Okay, fine. I'll poop you too. There. I know there's no hand. Oh, hi, Dom. There's no hand motion, but I booped you. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. How troublesome. This is just like the ancient prophecy of doom. What has transpired to bring about such calamity? Hello. Hope you're doing good now. We must act quickly. There's no time to lose. My power has diminished over the years I've spent protecting this area. Hi, Purple Pinion. The coat was stained with blood in the story. Maybe those are the markings now. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, nice. All right. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Also, hi, how are you doing? You're a little early today. I can watch more. Nice. Nice. I don't have much time left in this world. Amaterasu, now is the time. We have never needed your power more. Shine your divine light upon this broken and polluted world. Let your heavenly rays become our hope as you guide us all. Oh, that's how you get the weapon. Amaterasu Okami. Ah, such divine white light, such beauty and grace. The only one capable of such a wondrous spectacle is none other than our mother and the origin of all that is, Amaterasu. Amaterasu. How delightful to see that the savior whose brave sacrifice sealed away the evil demon so many years ago has not changed one bit. Seeing you emerge after so many years spent as a statue brings happiness to my heart. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Heck, I'm just gonna sleep. Amaterasu, gaze above you and take in the condition of the sky. Hi, Brian. Dude, I saw you were playing this and literally gasped. Yeah, I can't believe I'm playing this as well. Well, I have Narix to thanks because he bought me the game. So how are you doing, Brian? Welcome in. Since your untimely departure from our midst, the world has succumbed to devious and vicious beasts. They have ravaged our fine and bountiful country of Nippon, the whole Japan? Oh my god. But never have the circumstances been worse than they are at this very moment. Please use your powers to banish the darkness and punish those who would do us harm. Why are you touching your booba? Has something stolen its way into my robe? Oh shit. Uh-oh. Oh. What on earth? Oh, I think I vaguely remember this part. Well, for context, I played this game about 5 or 6 years ago, and I can't remember shit. And I never finished this game at all, because my PlayStation 3 back then was terrible. Playing this game is like playing playing on an Intel Atom thing? I don't know. It's just everything's just like PowerPoint slideshow. So that's why I didn't really finish this game on my PS3. PS3 is too bad, really. But this game's fun. So that's why I'm that's why I'm glad I get to play this. You again. The boog. Oh. Are you nuts? Boy, for a little thing you sure make a big fuss. I was just trying to make... Oh. Oh, wait, that doesn't... Oh, wait a minute. I mean, that works, right? Oh, because I made the filter to scan the whole source. Wavy bold. So that's why I kind of scanned the whole screen. Ah, my bad. I forgot about that, honestly. But it still kind of works, so hopefully you guys don't mind. I was just trying to make the conversation a bit more interesting, that's all. Were you napping in my clothes again, bug? Yeah, you bug. It's not necessarily just clothes, that was literally in your booba. I started this game years back and never got past the second dungeon, but I respect the hell out of it. It just didn't capture me at the time. Yeah, totally fair, totally fair. It did capture me, it's just that my PS3 was terrible. So it's tedious to play through a game with a PowerPoint, when the game just walking like a PowerPoint slideshow. It's kind of sad. But now, all good. Hideki Kamiya is a god among game devs. Ooh, honestly, I never heard. I mean, I might sound a little bit but I never heard of Hideki Kamiya, honestly. I'm a wandering artist? Oh, says everyone. Me too, me too. The name's Ishin. Wandering artist Ishin. Oh, okay. I'll show you just how great I am, and it won't be long till you're bowing before my great brush. Hey, man. Oh, that's actually not bad. Wow, look at that. Oh, that's a clean line art. That's clean. Hideki Kamiya is something else. Ooh, maybe I should check out what else they do. What else they did. Well, what do you think? Even cuter than the real thing, no? Eat it, eat it. What's with you, furball? You look kinda down in the dumps. Actually, you look kinda familiar. And got it, you look just like that statue of Shiranui. Oh, yeah. Delicious. Whoa, what you think you're doing? Are you cray-cray? A handsome guy like me should never be covered in wolf slobber. You regret messing with the great Ishin. Oh yeah, what you gonna do about it? Don't make me use my prized sword Denkomaru against you. Now's not a good time. What's that growling sound? And why is it so dark anyway? Oh great god Amaterasu! I've used all the power I have to protect Kamiki village. The village lives on. The spirits lie encased in my fruit. Oh, okay. Cut it free, and the village will be reborn. I trust in you. I know that you will lead us down the right path. Sorry, that's a lot. That's a lot of responsibility for a kobold, Sakuya. You should have known better. Only your awesome power can restore life to the world. The trees return to normal, huh? That Sakuya girl sure said some weird stuff. The village's spirits are being kept inside the fruit. That's the fruit. That girl said that if you cut it down, the village will be restored. But it's awfully high up there. If you don't use some kind of special power, there's no way you're gonna reach it. There's no way. I cannot climb. There's no way. There's no ladders as well. There's no way. This darkness is really getting me too. A lot can happen while you are taking a nap. So he directed the original Resident Evil 2 on PS1. That's a big deal. Which is argued to be the best one in the entire series. He also created and directed the first Devil May Cry, but the second game onwards has nothing to do with him. Oh, wow. He's also known for the Beautiful Joe games, and God Hand, and Okami. Now he's doing things like Bayonetta. I think I've seen Bayonetta a little bit, even though I'm not too sure what Bayonetta is, but yeah. Bayonetta looks pretty fun. And it's like maximum fabulous energy from Bayonetta. Bayonetta is not in PC, right? He has a certain style. Now that you mention it, yeah. The games that he does. Okami is very style. Beautiful Joe is very style as well. Like, it's not all just like a very distinct certain, like a very distinct one kind of style. No, all the games is like different style, but all work so well. His games are always super over the top and have a difficulty beyond understanding. Ooh, so that means that Okami is gonna be difficult. I don't remember much about the combat in this game, but you know, when it comes to difficulty in games, I love it. Where are we? It got awfully quiet all of a sudden. I don't remember any place like this in the village. Well, we better keep our eyes peeled. You can use the right stick to look around. L1 changes your point of view. Oh, finally! A game where it uses a PlayStation controller button icon. And boy, you really look so helpless. You sure you're gonna be okay? Yeah. Oh no, inverted camera. Oh god. No, I don't want inverted camera. Oh god, there's no option. Okay, there is. Oh, thank god. Inverted Y. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it's select. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, yes. Is this right? Have I always been playing with inverted controls? Can I invert both? For some reason, PS2 games has 2 pause buttons. Okay, yeah, yeah, this is so much better. How is that? This is not inverted. See, this is how camera is supposed to work. I push to the left, it works to the left. I push to the right, it goes to the right. This is how it's supposed to work. I push up, it looks up. I push down, it looks at the ground. This is how the camera is supposed to work. What do you mean it's inverted? I'm getting judged? I'm getting judged for the game? No, I'm not taking this. Yeah, weird definition of inverted, huh? I get that. Hold on. That's an origin mirror. They say once your reflection appears on its surface, your memories will be stored in the mirror for all eternity. Oh, safe, is it? Well, to put it shortly, you can save your progress here. Thanks, Ishan. Good. Did you take your injection today? Yes, I did. I'm told that culturally, Japanese have a different understanding of camera controls. Fair. You know what? Fair. It's okay. So long as I get to, you know, have a little bit of control over my camera controls, then yeah, it's fine by me. Just a little bit shocked, shaken is all. Also, hi Crypt. You should save a number of game files. That way, you could always go back if you get stuck or something. You reduce the price of exercise. Did I? I didn't. Did I? Wait, since when is 450? What? I did not do that. It was supposed to be 750, isn't it? Can mods mess with the pricing? No, right? I thought only broadcasters will do that. No? Okay. Oh my god, the save is so fast. I vaguely remember on my PS3, every time I try to save, it takes 10 years. Like, oh god. Oh, 2 different camera angles? Apparently, any control given to the player often causes dizziness and motion sickness. So to compensate, most early 3D Japanese games have almost no camera control by the player. Oh. And if they do offer camera control, the camera is treated as an actual entity that you control, not as a viewpoint of the player's eyes. Think you are not actually in the game, you're controlling the movement of a cameraman. Oh, is this something like... Yeah, Lucky 2 in Super Mario 64, I was about to say that. We're actually controlling Lucky 2 instead of the actual camera. No, we're not looking at the screen or something. We're looking at the screen, but we're not directly controlling the screen per se, but we're controlling someone else handling the screen. I think that's a way to put it. That's why Japanese games are often inverted by default. Ah. Yeah, now that you explain it, yeah, it makes a lot more sense. Look at all those parts just waiting to be broken. If you bust them, there might be something good inside. Press square to bust them with your head. Okay, Buttspot is very late today. Hello, Buttspot. Why you sleeping? Oh yeah, also I'll do the... Way to go, my furry friend. Buttspot is being disrespectful! The Buttspot is being disrespectful! Also, is it because of even the camera that I cannot... is it because of borderless full screen that I cannot... I cannot move my mouse around? Here, let me try something else. Oh shit, I cannot change full screen settings here. Oh! How about if I alternate tab? Is it gonna cause issues? Oh, okay. I mean, that kind of works, I guess. No, Buttspot, no, that's too much. I'm gonna delete that message. Fart, this stop you from breathing? What? No. Fart doesn't stop people from breathing. Where's the game? Wait, the game's gone. Where's the game gone? Huh? Is it not actually a game? Oh yeah, because I messed up. You know, honestly, I can just do this. Ah! Okay, fine. Wee. Yo, look at that. Oh, it might be hidden. That's what Mixing Mojang does? Yeah, Mixing Mojang is fun. How are you guys liking 2 kobolds? 2 bolts. You guys liking 2 bolts? Yeah, there's a barcode guy jamming. 2 bolts. I am actually the whole cage. You know, I know cage bun shin. Cage bun shin no jutsu. Ooh. I hate myself. I'm the whole cage. Boing. And let me get to the Kamiki village and then I'll do the workouts and stuff. Oh whoa, hold on there for a moment. Get a lot of that. That chest looks mighty tempting. Yeah. Shiny. Let's go check it out. Oh, hi Cheesecake, I missed that. How are you doing? Welcome in. Getting out that high ought to be a piece of cake. Press X to jump. Then press X again to do a wall jump. But make sure you press it firmly so you jump really high. Now I hate when games do that. This is the reason why controllers. This is the reason why, you know, controller breaks so easily. Press it firmly. What do you mean? Do you want me to press the X and then just like jump very high? Look, I know I'm nitpicking a lot, but this is just how I feel about when games says that make sure to press it firmly so that you can jump really high, and then you know, fucking kids is gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna press it very firmly. And it's like, yeah. Apparently, this game started with a more realistic art style during development. Like, a la Zelda Twilight Princess. Oh, I never played that one. You can find some photos online still, it's super weird. Ooh. Original PS2 had pressure-sensitive face buttons? What, really? I never knew that? And I have PS2 for a long time. I didn't know that. Oh my god. Okay, well, that's fair then. I fixed people's controller. Button sliding is not red. That's the thing. That's why. Because the game tells people to press it firmly, and then they literally press it full strength, like bang, button's broken. Very few games took advantage of it. It was only aware of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, but I guess Okami does too. They say good luck is found in high places, so keep your eyes peeled. We don't want to miss any treasure. Oh, hard for you to say. I'm gonna miss tens of dozens of treasures. I'm pretty sure. Also, I love this. It just looks like Okami's like the zoomies, the mega zoomies. I'm gonna edit this and then it's like put mega zoomies. You obtain Holy Bone Ass. Amaterasu's favorite snack. Restores 3 units of solar energy. Oh, that's health point, isn't it? In Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, the shooting controls were non-traditional. You press square to bring out and aim your handgun, and let the button go to fire one shot. That is very interesting. It's weird to me, but man. I mean, probably because I never played any Metal Gear Solid games as well. But if you instead change your mind and decide not to shoot, you could likely bring pressure off the square button to put the gun away instead. Oh my god, that's gonna be so hard though. Looks like the bridge is out. This shouldn't be so hard. Amaterasu, what's it? That's kinda long. Mind if I just call you Amy? I don't know, man. Listen, Amy. Ever heard of the spirits of the brush? A good brushwork has its own soul. At least that's what they say. I get that. You know, I always say any artwork has heart and soul to it. That's why I don't really like AI arts. But we'll see, right? Maybe in the future they'll improve or some shit. I never know. We never know. And just... But there's no dragons for you to simp for now, Legs. Also, hi, how you doing? Heavier weapons were weirder. You have to lightly press to aim and firmly press to fire, which meant more accidental shootings. But if you're running around with a machine gun out in Metal Gear Solid 3, there's usually other issues to worry about anyways. Ah. Hope you're doing good, Legs. Just watch, it'll take all day to explain. A picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Oh. Nice, huh? I still prefer to use it to make predictive models based data, not plagiarism. Yeah, well, I've been saying that. Yeah, I've been saying that if AI art is not the problem. The problem is people using AI art and claiming it as their own. That is the problem. And selling it to NFTs or some shit. Just a little technique I've mastered called rejuvenation. It's one of many brush techniques that use divine power. It's a brush god power that can restore broken or missing things. I practiced really hard just to master this one technique. Not sure how long I'll be awake for now, but excited that you're playing Okami. Yeah, I'm excited too. I can finally finish this game, I hope. I want to, not I hope. Ethical bias, made not to be abused. Yeah, well, they didn't implement a lot of TOS into it, so people just do it willy-nilly. And lastly, in Metal Gear Solid 3, you can grab people by pressing and holding the action button and drag them around in a headlock. But if you stop and put a lot of pressure on it, you slit the throat and kill. Oh no, it's so funny. And that's literally the extent of my knowledge of pressure-sensitive controls used on PS2. That is so cool. I never know PS2 controllers has like pressure-sensitive buttons. And for on a button too, like usually a button just click. You know, you just press them and they do a little bit of click to it. But with pressure on it, that's really cool. Basically, you normally use them since they made porting games hell. Yeah, I get that. But does anyone care? Well, no, they never will if they can squeeze cash money out of it. Yeah, true. It's the internet. But there are 13! Each one is a power of one of the 13 brush gods. Originally, all 13 were a single powerful deity. When the deity died, its power was split into 13 separate gods. Oh wait, no, I was thinking of Chinese zodiacs. Chinese zodiacs has... 16! Wait, why did I say 16? 12. There's 12 Chinese zodiacs, so it's not necessarily that. The gods now dwell within objects all around us, but... God or no god, how could anyone have the power to master all 13? Oh, you're looking a aspiring artist, a doggo that's gonna master all 13, I believe anyway. Because usually, oh yeah, usually with like jumping or stuff, people usually just like tap for short hop, hold the button for long jump, for a big jump, usually. Or to my knowledge, anyway. River of the Heavens. The River of the Heavens? They mean the fabled Stardust River? But I sure don't see anything like that around here. It couldn't be that little puddle over there, could it? This? It's beautiful, right? Oh, it's square, not X. What? Oh, oh, makes them speak louder. Louder, faster. Sorry, but me needed the extra hour sleep, it seems, to function. It's okay, Pinky. Honestly, Pinky, if you need sleep, very important, you can just sleep a little bit more. You can just sleep more, it's totally fine. Also, hope you had a good sleep. If you ever think about using those older joysticks as a way to wiggle the stick around, they're digital. My friend's always up so late. Honestly, I'm up very late as well. Wow, look at the stars twinkle. I haven't seen such a beautiful nighttime sky in ages. Like 3 AM late. Is that late or is that early? Is that... Wait, they sleep normal time and then they wake up at 3 a.m. Wait, no, that's like more than 12 hours. That's like 18 hours of sleep or something. If, let's say, they sleep at 12 a.m. Either they sleep for 3 hours or they sleep for 18 hours. Pinky!
Exclamation mark boop at crypt with salt.
Boop egg crypt with salt. Oh my god. 18 months! And you unlock the rainbow antlers. Oh my god. Thank you, Pinky. I appreciate that a lot. 18 months, oh my god. Much love. Hey, look, are those stars forming a pattern or is it just me? Is that a dragon? There's one missing. Guess I'll just have to draw the missing star. I'm not doing that. Oh. Meh. Looks like I'm just not ready to draw missing stars. Press R1 to hold the brush and square to draw. I should spend a heck lot of time practicing that. Mumble mumble b. Oh, R1. Well, it's no use just sitting around thinking about it. This time the Great Ishin's gonna put everything he has into it. Yeah, do it. You do it. I know this is the right way to do it. Press R1 and hold the brush. I want to look at the dragon. Hold X, right? Is it? Oh, square. Square X. Oh, it's square. Okay. Hey! Oh my god, it's a dragon. Please. Please. Oh! Oh, it looks so good! Whoa! With a scroll on the lower body? Ah, why if it isn't Mother Amaterasu? I apologize for not contacting you sooner during these long years. Having never forgotten you, I, Yomigami, God of Restoration. Oh, Dragon restores? Oh. Have eagerly awaited this day when we could meet and we will again meet. While you were away, the 13 spirits of the brush that you once possessed, including myself, have become scattered across this land of men and now lie in disarray. Dragon, I want dragon. I became a consolation and managed to survive until now. The time has come for you to seek out and reunite all the techniques. Your power is what is needed to restore the dried riverbed of the heavens and renew the flow of stardust. Oh, it looks so good. Ooh. Well, that was Yomigami, the god of rejuvenation. Wait, so you have the power of rejuvenation now? Can you really use it to restore the river of the heavens? That would mean you were as good with a brush as yours truly. Nah, it couldn't be true. Who else could master this incredibly god technique? Oh, I got an achievement? Oh, I feel good. Still don't have a voice, can't stream yet. Oh god. Oh, flu? Well, I wish you speedy recovery, Crypt. Speedy recovery so that you can stream and, you know, just feel normal again. You know, having a flu is terrible. Wonder if drawing some stardust would get the river flowing again? Nah. It's one thing to fix a bridge, but fixing a starry river? There's no way you could pull off a stunt like that. Well, you will see, Ishin. Oh wait. Oh, I can have a first-person view. Yeah, you can do this. Yeah. Can they just like draw? Whoa! Whoa! A river of stardust! So this really must be the river of the heavens. But what I really want to know is who the heck drew the darn thing? I don't know. It could be Amy. Can I just like... Yeah, draw everything. Can I make it this? Oh, oh. Whoa. Want to stream but no voice is terrible by something great with Kona great. Hope doing great won't mean a wonder to the nose next. I hope not. Can I draw a Willy? You want me to draw a dick? Oh, it's Willy not a dick. I mean, of course, drawing a dick is always a possibility. Can I just like... I want to like draw as much as possible. I didn't... I'm holding R1! No? Is that as much as it can go? Oh. What happened? Why are you like... Oh, I run out of ink? Oh shit. I was having too much fun, huh? I mean, for... for hee hee ha ha. Oh, look at that. It's a very... very square... I'm such a child. I'm such a child. Oh, fuck. So I can keep swimming here, is that it? Would the doggo not drown? I mean, to be fair, the doggo is a god. You know, the mother of all gods, Amaterasu. Clip it, oh god. Don't clip my 7-year-old brain. Say hee hee beep beep. You obtained Astral Pouch. Ooh. Then what you found, Furball? This Astral Pouch here is amazing. It can swallow up lots of food. Then, when it's full, it can revive its owner if he or she dies. Ooh. Let's start feeding it with whatever food we can find around here. Okay. Guess I have to bonk these. Oh, you... I consumed apfel. Apple. Nectar-filled sour apple. Sour? Feels Astral Pouch a little bit. What do you mean, sour? Rude. It consumed orange. Orange with sharp citrus taste. You're not gonna say orange is sour? Oh. It feels Astral Pouch a little bit. So I vaguely remember, yeah, I can run really fast with this. After doing this, yeah. Stink. Oh, look at that, I'm so fast. Oh, wait. Oh. Yes, we can draw a wheelie, me included. Oh, yeah, that's a wheelie, alright. That's another kind of wheelie, but yeah. That's a wheelie, alright, totally. Also, I still love this. The zoomies! Can I interact with this? Fountain of Nagi. Oh! Nagi? What's his name doing here? I don't know. Oh, wait, I can drown? Wait, why did I not drown then? Oh, ah. I'm the best. You obtain stray bead. Find all the scattered beads and get a special reward. Oh, okay. This, my friend, is water. But just now I was swimming in the river of stardust. That I was not drowning. Not here. Okay.
River of P-P-P-O-O-P-O-O.
P-O-O-P-O-O. Chinese doesn't know double O sounds like. Dumplings. Oh! The doughy balls made from... Balls. Made from grain. Feels extra plush a little bit. Balls. Oh. I pressed the wrong button. Oh! Oh, what is that? Oh, it's just... It's just... I can be an actual dog. Barking, yapping. I mean, for me, I'll be yipping. You know, a kobold and all. Kobold yips. I'll yip. Where am I going? I don't know. Oh shit. Is this a legendary shrine? We must be in the cave of Nagi. The legendary hero Nagi is enshrined here. He vanquished evil. You need to butt? Buttspot today is so sleeping. 100 years ago, with the help of the White Wolf Shiranui. First the river, the heavens, and now this place? Where the heck are we, Furball? Boy, this place is a wreck. See, that's why it's really... this was in really bad shape. The gods sure didn't do much to protect this place. Oh, Buttspot is not sub to Barry anymore? Oh. Hey, Emmy, doesn't Nagi's broken sword there bug you? You're the bug that's bugging me. Your butt did it. Your butt. Buttspot, please, why are you so delayed today? Zoomies! Zoomies in front of Nagi! Zoomies! Do I just draw like a straight line? What if I draw like a... I knew it! You can handle a brush! Now try again, draw more carefully. Wait, you know this? It's so hard to move a little bit. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to press try. Yeah! That really was your brushwork all this time. Oh, now you realized. How'd you get so good? Exactly who are you anyway? Amaterasu? Didn't you hear what Yomigami was saying, Ishin? Or did you just prefer to be part deaf or partially deaf to just not hear the words that are uttered by Yomigami? Ishin? Hello? Did you not hear what Yomigami was saying? Did you just disrespect a dragon? I'll eat you. Hey, there's another constellation. This one looks like a... What is that? Is this one? What is that? Oh, it breathes! Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Tachigami. Well, if it isn't Mother Amaterasu. Remember this issue, Mother Amaterasu, alright? What was the Yomigami again? Yomigami is a dragon gods of rejuvenation. According to the game, yeah. And it's a dragon. It's been a long time, but with all these monsters around, the only place I could hide was in this shrine dedicated to ancient heroes. If there's anything I can do to assist you in your endeavors, I'm at your service. Make good use of this sword, as it was designed to conquer evil. Duan. That's a cute rat. Duan. Hey, that was the god Tachigami, master of the power slash technique. Oh, I can cut things now. Wait a minute, if you're getting all these powers, then you're just like the Shiranui. Oh, you know Shiranui was a god? You know, the wolf who fought and died alongside the great Nagi. When Shiranui died, the wolf's power was split into 13 brush gods. Oh, this is crazy. Shiranui and Nagi, you are just like the I broke the game, GG. But it's just a power slash, isn't it? Just sometimes mute the mic and inserting the setting just dead. Oh yeah, it's because I forgot to open up voice meter. When I didn't open up voice meter, nothing happens. Well, anyway, I never see this power slash technique myself. How about showing your stuff off of that boulder over there? Yes, Con. You gotta love that beep beep boop boop mic. Let me see you slice it in half by drawing a single line. I will believe it till I see it. Single line? Okay. You called it a lie? It's as straight as ever, what do you mean? Use the brush like a sword, slice it with a single straight line. I am doing it! Are you not supposed to use words like that? Draw a line through it, a nice straight. Oh, fuck you! Is it not straight? I'll through it, maybe. Oh, okay, maybe I have to start from here. Oh, fuck you, you only... What do you mean? Do you not cut... Do you cut these horizontally normally? It's so dangerous. Wait, you know when you cut things, gravity does half the work? You do it vertically.
That's how you cut things. Fuck you. What do you mean? I'm not stupid. Gravity does half the work when you cut things down. Do you know how hard it is to cut things horizontally? Dude, that shit is so difficult. It requires so much more strength.
Draw a straight horizontal line right over the rock. Oh, fuck you. Now you say this? Oh, okay. A horizontal line. There you go, you piece. Oh, what do you mean? Do you... No. When you cut things down. That uses gravity does half the work. Gravity works perfectly when you do a vertical cut. That's how cutting things work. I don't get it. I don't get it. You did the only line that won't work. The only line that don't work, and you found it. You cut things, but you cut things down. That's how you're supposed to cut things. I didn't think you had it in your furball. Oh, shut the fuck up! You were patronizing me already. I'm not even in the same league as you. I guess I really overestimated myself. Hey, furball. I mean, Amaterasu. I made up my mind. If you're Shiranui Reborn, then that means you can master all 13 techniques, right? In that case, I think I'll tag along until I'm as good as you. Lucky you. No. It's no use trying to change my mind. There's no stopping me once I've made a decision. I could easily just gobble you up and eat you, you know. But enough about me. Now that you've mastered the power slash, you can cut down that thing Sakuya was talking about. Oh yeah, there's a whole goal. Let's go back and give it a shot. Tachikami. I'm with Droxen on this one. It's never specified that it must specifically be a horizontal line until the game starts to patronize me, then yeah. It is weird that vertical don't work. You're supposed to cut things vertically. Oh my god, this game is wait, we have sexism, we have speciesism, and what is this, lineism? Huh? We have lineism now? Is this what is going on? God, this game's getting me worked up. Still love this game, by the way. Can I cut this? I think I'm supposed to cut this, right? Yeah. See? They're wood. I can cut them. And you know what else I can cut? All of these. Oh shit, I didn't mean to cut, sorry? I didn't know that I can cut tree. I didn't know I can cut tree. Huh, can I really? Whoa! Deforestation! With a work of a single god, I can cause deforestation. Oh shit! Where'd they come from? Whatever. Draw first, ask questions later, right? You know that divine instrument you have on your back? Well, press the square to use its power against them. Oh, Buck. Look, Amy. Once you caught them off guard, then turn them black and white. They are easy prey for your brush, no matter how nasty they are. Grab a brush and give them a power slash. This one? Horizontal line. Spirit Glow M. Humanity Faith Made Solid. Restore 1 unit of soul
Emotional damage!
Trash game. Bye bye trees, you were good while you were split in half. And next you cause emotional damage. Oh, you want to do that? You want to do that? You want to do that? I'll cut you in half, and I'll cut you more in half, you little piece. Oh, I'm like Shiranui. Bottle full of ink fills one of Amaterasu's ink pots. Oh, look at me! I'm so white. I'm so beautiful. Oh. I'm sorry, but this is so satisfying to do. I'll cause emotional damage for the trees. The tree's like, what did I ever do wrong to you? Why would you cut me off like that? What did I cut? Can I not cut those? There we go. Oh yeah. Oh, I consume peach. Juicy and fragrant peach. Feels extra harsh a little bit. I should cut as much trees then, because they give fruit. They give food. And they give ink. They give food. Oh, can I not cut that much? Uh-oh. Wait, am I out of power or some shit? Can I not cut these trees down? Okay, I guess not. Alright. Well, you do you, game. Cat is staring at me, gonna do something. Alright, Pio. Alright, Pinky. Take care of the kitty. Ooh. Double cut. Carrot? What do you mean? This game is giving me so much problems, man. It's giving me emotional damage. How is... No. 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 Right? No. This is ginseng? Ginseng looks like this, by the way. It's Rensen. This thing is very healthy, albeit a little bit bitter, but it's really good on making soup. But man, this is not ginseng. Please, I'm gonna go insane. Roots bursting with nutrients. Oh, now that sounds about right. If only you portray it right as well. Lupine and Divine. What you doing? Trying to solve... Trying to be less confused about everything. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. If you can drink it and it cures your sick, then it's ginseng. But appearance... but the appearance... Yeah, this one doesn't drown me. Maybe because it's just stardust and not actually water. Game exposed. I never realized this when I first played this game about 5 or 6 years ago. I just sort of go with the game. But now that I'm playing the game, like, I never really give this any thought. With facts and logic. Nothing's wrong with that, I guess, but it's just... it bothers me a little bit. Just a little bit. It bothers me just a little bit. Just a tiny bit, right? Just a tiny bit. Oh, this is gonna be good. Do I... Can I cut myself somehow? Cabbage! Oh yeah, that is Chinese. Oh yep, that is Chinese cabbage. It's Chinese cabbage, like that is what we call 长包菜. It is good for soup. It is good for making soup as well. On the simple side, but tasty. Oh, when you're making soup with that, it tastes sweet. Chinese cabbage is pretty sweet, so it's really popular with hot pot. Usually, you just throw it into hot pot to make the soup more fragrant and sweet, and it tastes good too. Oh, ew. My god, that's so fast. Chinese cabbage. Me not sure of why me thinks of sweet cabbage sounds different. Oh no, it's not necessarily the Chinese cabbage itself doesn't necessarily taste like sweet. It has a bit of a sweetness to it, but it's not just like sweet. Chinese cabbage, if you cook it till it is mushed, well, maybe don't cook that much. I like the mix it in rice. It is really nice. I never tried it. No, I never tried to cook it until it's mush. That's a strong fruit. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that is beautiful. Things that I did that you should not try. I put aga into portion. What is wrong with you? They would be great for making bite-sized rice fork. No! Oh god! Sakia came through big time. Thanks for trying. No. Pinky, please, for the love of God, don't. Don't put aga into porridge. It's the most disgusting. Oh, just thinking about it. She really was protecting the village, but I sure wish I could have spent more time in her kimono. If you know what I mean. I don't. I'm 7. I'm a dog. But seriously, with monsters running around and all, and the village could still be in danger. Let's go see how they're all doing down there. There's gonna be treasure behind this. Oh look, there's gonna be treasure? No treasure? Oh, there's gonna be treasure around here. I mean, there's one thing that I tried that you guys should not try as well. I tried to mix blackcurrant syrup with coffee, and that is... I had a diarrhea afterwards. Why can't I cut these trees down? Well, now I cut this one down. Me has no idea what any of those means. Agar-agar is usually the things that you put into gelatin. It's like a gelatin. Like you put agar-agar into things that you want to make it jellified. Question mark? I think. I mean that's how I understand it. I guess. I mean, you don't like coffee. Won't try that then. Good. Well, cooking is all about experimenting. I'm making stuff no one wants to try. You aim the slash to widely? Oh. So I guess I have to... No? Do I need to be like... Huh. Maybe this? Why? The game forbids me from doing deforestation? Hi, why are you a rock? What in the world? I don't remember there being a statue here. Well, whatever. Let's go talk to the villagers. Aren't you the villager? I mean, village should be down, right? Tree? More tree? Oh, it's a different tree. A tree that's wearing some sort of a dress? Whew. Slash a very wide-reaching move. Did it cut something else then? Can you cut the villager? Let me try it. This is a villager, I'm very sure. It's not just a simple statue, definitely. Oh, Muda? Wow. Damn, that's a strong statue. It literally says Muda. Oh my god. Well, okay. Muda it is. It's a statue of nothing more. That is a villager. Pumpkin! I want to eat pumpkin. Why a pumpkin? Oh wait, that's orange. Muda means doesn't work. See, those are villagers. Hey, there's a statue here too. No, but it's like the villagers have turned to stone or something. Not again. That's not one of those smaller monsters that they're lurking about. A roar like that's gonna belong to something much bigger. Let's hurry up and find somebody to pause around here. Have a look at Twitter. You send wolf. I'm gonna look at it on my phone. What do you mean you sent wolf? Wait. Dude.
Why yes.
Why is? What do you mean you send wolf? I'm looking at Twitter. There's nothing going on. You. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that. I want Pupper and Kitty. That's a DLC I'm gonna buy, totally. I'm gonna buy them. I'm gonna buy all of them. I shared those. Tele.
Tolo. I beat Huey so good, beat Huey so good, beat Huey so good, beat Huey silly.
No, I don't need refund. It works. Twitch speaker can take a while. Also, have you seen the field on count and Angry Bird. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Lamb chop. And it's so funny. I love when you know, on Twitter I can see something like that. It's so petty. It's like Wendy's kind of tweet. It's so funny. I love those kind of stuff. It's so funny to watch. How are they not fired? I think that's how they. How about this? I feel like this might be a marketing strategy. You know, to let people know about them. Right? It could be a marketing strategy. And I think that's a clever one too, if that, you know, if that's how they market them. This is bad. The sun's not even shining. It's as black as night as far as the eyes can see. And not a single villager can move a muscle. Is it some kind of a curse? Did the monster do this? But still, bringing stream player counts. Hi Lex! Seyo! Wow, hi! Yeah, Lex is under the 3D artist. I've seen your work on like on my art share channel. That looks really good. And the last image of them. How are you doing, Lex? Welcome. If only the sun were out to light our way. If you could draw a circle in the sky, we'll have ourselves a sun. But I guess that'll be impossible even for a god like you. Maybe we better seek out under the brush god for help. Of course, if you had that kind of power from the start, that'll be a different story. My name is literally Amaterasu. Translation, sun god. Alright? I can draw a sun. Wait, no. I'm gonna maybe make it thicker. Huh? You're not actually trying to draw the sun, are you? You sure you're up to the task? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a professional though. It's okay. I'm not professional as well. But we're just an artist for fun. We do at least I do things for fun. Thick sun. Whoa. What the? Kind of think of it. Your name is Amaterasu. That's the name of the sun god. Yeah. So it'll follow that you had the sunrise technique from the start. With it, you can even turn night into day. You're no run-of-the-mill god, that's for sure. The flowing brush is like music from the heavens. That's a line from one of my grandfather's poems. He felt a skilled artist was like a musician of shape and color. I've been booped. Since you're such a great artist yourself, why don't we name your brushwork after that poem of his? It's called Celestial Brush. After all, your brush did bring out the sun. Well, Amy, let's get back to the village. We gotta see if the villagers are back to normal now. Hi. Who are you? How do I make old man voices again? Orange? Why are you doing that? Village Elder Mr. Orange. Hi. A white wolf? Not the one who fought that terrible creature with Nuggy? You couldn't possibly be the legendary Shiranui. No, it can't be. That story is 100 years old. Oh, is that how they look? Oh, the markings and the divine instrument they cannot see. Still, you look a lot like that statue of Shiranui. On the other hand, you don't look quite as smart. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, no, you growl like that. Can you really understand what I'm saying? Well, I'm not one to mince words. I just state the facts. I'll bite you. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Watch this sudden chill down my spine. Oh, they cannot see. Thanks, Spot. You're so late today. Here they come, Furball! Those are the monsters that have been plaguing these lands. They sneak into villages and cause all sorts of trouble. Step aside, Furball. This is a job for my trusty sword Denkomaru. Whoa. What? You caught the orange! Nice! Good job, Shiranui. Good job, Amaterasu. Oh. I don't like how they present... They present their ass like that. Just a little sus. You see that just presenting their ass like that? That's a little sus. That's all I'm trying to say. This is not the tea bag of Amaterasu. Oh, nice. Wow, you really get aggressive when you're mad, don't you? Hey, you got yourself some praise. And look, see how that dried up spring began flowing again? That's because riddling an area of monsters restores the god's power to the land. People call it divine intervention. The more you restore the land to its natural beauty, the more praise you'll get. It's the source of your power. Few people believe in gods these days, and that may weaken you, but if you try real hard, your true power just might shine through. But boy, there sure have been a lot of monsters around lately, and that Mr. Orange you toss around up on the sacred deck, looks like he thinks you're a regular wolf. Yeah, they cannot see the markings and the divine instrument, or even you, Ishan. Seems the gods have grown so weak people can't see them anymore. Gumbo gumbo gumbo. Oh, anyway, I'll show you around the village. I have a feeling we're in for an epic adventure. This should be fun, Furball. A village for a peach. Pretty sure they can see Ishan. Oh, they can? Oops. Guess I just didn't notice that. Understandable. I am butting stuff no one's want to try. Thanks, Spot. Ooh. Feedback. Freshly roasted seeds that seed-loving animals can't resist. Why, you little devil, look at the sweet grub you found! Hey, wait. This is animal food. Still, we could save it to give it to animals. Let's use it when we try to approach animals later. Something good might come out of using it the right way. I know gods aren't supposed to use creatures in this manner, but what the heck, let's make an exception this time. Oh, I almost forgot, there was something I wanted to tell you. Whenever you want to check the items you've obtained, just press the... What button is that? To open the fan menu. While the fan menu is open, you can check and use the items you have. There's other things you can do there too. The fan menu is your key to a successful adventure. Alright. Zoomies! Oh, that's something there. Spirit Globe. Humanity's faith made solid. Restores a little solar energy. Health. I don't know. Burb. Can I feed them? I hear the burb. I might be able to feed them. Oh, yeah. I mean, birds like seeds, don't they? Winners don't do seeds. Oh. Burb. This is honestly very beautiful though. Oh yeah. Look how beautiful this is! Did somebody say seeds? Oh. Now we watch the bird. I thought I heard seeds. You did, but I already feed it to some bird else. What bird tastes like, I wonder? I mean, have you tasted poultry? I'm pretty sure that's what they taste like. Poultry. That took a while. I'm pretty sure I can skip that, maybe. Sorry, Brian, I gave seeds to some bird else. Tastes like chicken. Hi? Oh, it's Mr. Orange. Wait, who can I bite? It says bite on something. Can I bite the bird? Oh! What are you doing? Oh, the bird's crying. You cannot see it, but the bird is crying. Sorry, bird. Don't worry, I'm not gonna eat you though. There. Oh. Huh? Oh. I can dig for treasure? Great Shiranui, oh no. Hi. I feel it, I sense it. Foul beasts dwell in this place. Concentrate, look hard. You see, right behind you now. Who are you? I will kill you. You are sus. There we go. But but now we watch the bird. Humans are not witness to such battles, but I saw it. The fighting went for exactly 13 seconds. Ah. Oh shit. Am I supposed to get less than 10 seconds for something? Nine seconds! Let's go. You fight well. I've chosen the path of Buddha, but in you I sense another power. And I see the path you have chosen is also a path of truth. Oh, thank you! So I am supposed to do it in less than 10 seconds. The monsters may be gone, but this place still lacks life. The land does not have enough power to give to the sacred tree. Oh, can I bite people? Go with me! Go with me! No, go with me! Play! Play! I can literally just be a dog! I can just be a dog in this game. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh. Mushi's mama. I had just about enough of this. I don't know if it's stray dogs or monsters or what, but someone keeps messing up my crops. Going around digging holes with triangle, it makes me mad. If I catch you digging around here, you get a good thumping. Oh yeah? Oh, now you're just challenging me, Mushi's mama. Well, oh, well, how? I hear dog. Dog! Dog. What is this game? Why are you like this? I present to you, dog. Here, talk to me. A white wolf? Now that's just plain weird. Sure looks like a weak little bugger. I am literally biting onto, I assume it's your dog. Think you can beat my dog, It is your dog. Hayabusa? Well, listen to this. There's this field my mama tends to, you see? Well, Hayabusa managed to dig up 9 turnips in a row, even though my mama was chasing him around trying to slug him. There are actually 10 turnips in that field. Hayabusa is fixing to get all 10. Oh. All the turnips in my mama's field. Don't forget you have to avoid being slugged by my mama. I'll admit you are the better K9 if you can do it. She's gonna try to slug us? Not exactly my idea of a good time, Amy. At least you have your celestial brush and wicked brush stroke. Am I gonna cut... Am I gonna cut Mama Mushi? I love this game. Oh, it's so happy. That a cat, not a dog. Are you sure? Oh, you're following me now? Oh my god! Oh, you're not following me now? Oh, you are. Oh my god, you're the best. This is the best game. Look at that. Oh, Hayabusa can jump as well. Okay, let's try this. Oh, no you don't. Sorry, mortal. I want to win, mortal. Quit digging that one. Wee! As a god, I must win. I'm sorry. Alright. It's my job to win. Alright, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Alright, good, good, good. And... Sorry, man. It might hurt a little bit, I get it. Oh, don't risk it. You know, come here, come here. Yeah, that's right. You whiffed! Now that's a punish. Whoa! Whoa! What is that? Oh damn, look at that's an interesting looking turnip. Very interesting looking turnip. Yeah, it looks beautiful. What can I say? Sorry, mortal, I would have win. Dog eat dog. I offered oddly shaped turnip. Hey, that's the oddly shaped turnip Hayabusa and I've been looking for. That means you've broken Hayabusa's record by digging up all 10 turnips. Gosh darn it. Fine, you're a better canine. Anyway, it actually feels good to have a new goal to aim for. Yeah. Thanks. I don't know what they do. Come here. Play. What? Play. It's my dog now. Oh, I cannot bring them too far. Oh, a white wolf. Now that's a rare sight. Did you come down from the mountain just to play with us? Well, you better be careful, dear. Lately, some monsters has been attacking the villagers. Do you even know who you're talking to, Grandma? This here is Shiranui Reborn. The wolf and I have it covered. Those monsters are history. Well, if it isn't Ishin, and riding a wolf, are we? Wait, how do they know Ishin? This one certainly resembles Shiranui, especially the nose. Well, I'll better get back to my work. Oh. Here to listen to the ramblings of an old woman, are you? Well, I was doing the laundry, but when it was ready to dry, I noticed my drying pole was gone. Oh, whatever shall I do? Drying pole? Oh, you're right, the pole is gone. Oh. Wait, but just now there was someone that's rushing my way with a love on top. What does that even mean? The famous artist. I didn't know normal people know Ishin. Give me a few seconds. I'm gonna go open up the windows again. It's sunny outside. I think it's fine. No more rain. The fire just agreed the pole is gone. That was that. Oh, am I supposed to find the pole? I mean, I guess. But I'm not seeing the pole anywhere. Also, do you prefer the current weather? Honestly, no. I like the rain a lot more. You know, rain. I like rain a lot more, especially when I'm indoors. Or even outdoors, I prefer the rain. Because like something about walking under the rain is so calming. Now just messing with me? Huh? How am I messing with you? Sheesh, he's always snoring like a bear. This is the home of the 2-bit middle-aged warrior Susano. He goes around claiming to be a descendant of Nagi. Wow. He's famous around here for his lineage, but he's awfully lazy and too off the wall to be a descendant of a legendary hero. Have you ever showered under the rain? Yeah, actually. When I was very young, though. There was one time that water supply got cut off for a bit because they are trying to fix you know, the government is trying to fix the leaking pipes of a huge area, so they have to cut off most. Well, yeah, they have to cut off most of the places in Miri, the water supply. So because we didn't save enough water for it, at some point we were like, we were collecting rainwater to do like chores, you know, washing dishes and just the morning routines, and also boil them to drink them, because there's already too much need for rainwater. So when it's showering outside, we're not only collecting rainwater just to, you know, for the everyday use. We shower under the rain. And honestly, it feels a little weird. Of course, I'm not like completely exposed outside the rain. No, we wear clothes and then we shower as well. So yeah. When I was like 8-ish, I extremely liked rain. Safe to say, I still like rain, but not extremely. Hey, is this me, or can you hear snoring from underneath this jug? Ooh. Hi, Narix. Narix, you wanna see? You wanna see a trick that Shiranui can do? Zoomies! Zoomies! I am the greatest. Oh, Kushi, let's... Whoa, looks like he ain't waking up anytime soon. He's out cold. Oh yeah? If that didn't wake him, nothing will. Let's just leave him for a while and find something else to do. No way, I'll cut you down, mortal. No fucking way! Get cut, stupid! Shiranui is the previous incarnation. Oh yeah, true. This one is Amaterasu. Aren't they like basically the same entity? Or like the same, you know, Shiranui is Amaterasu, Amaterasu is Shiranui. Zoomies! Yeah, incarnation things. It's fine. I think they're both Amaterasu and Shiranui. It's fine. You're trying to wake up the greatest fairy in all existence with a simple brush. That's a loud snore. Oh yeah, can I forcefully wake everyone up? You know, since I'm a sun god and everything. I don't need to do that anymore. Okay, thank you, game. Are you awake? I don't know why I'm trying to wake you up. No more snoring. Actually, I lied. There's still snoring going on. Okay, fine. Maybe I need something else. What if I just destroy his house? Because I want to see the greatest warrior in action. Fair enough. Oh yeah, I want to go back to like there's this one girl here who kind of just like rushed towards me. Oh my god! Best. Play with me. Play with me. Oh no. Talk to me. Play with me. Oh wow, what a fine looking wolf. What's your name? Mine's Kushi. Oh. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sake brewer Kushi. Walking in the fields again, are you? Ishun, are you and the wolf together? This is where I grow the rice for making my sake, you know? But I have to manage the harvest all on my own. It's hard work. Maybe I should have Susano give me a hand again this year. Oh, listen to me blabbering on. I just can't help chatting to you. Oh. Why, Amy, I think you found a friend here. You'll meet many people who want to talk to you like this. You should talk to them 2 or even 3 times. Being a god and all, you can actually tell when to talk because you see a triangle above their head. Yeah, I noticed. That means they still have something to say. It might even be valuable information sometimes. They may just be muttering to themselves, but it pays to listen. You don't blossom the trees? Can I blossom the trees? I never know that. Susano's a neighbor of mine. He's a little unusual, but he goes around with a huge sword slung over his shoulder. He's always practicing with it. They say he's a direct descendant of our legendary hero Nagi. And he loves his sake too. He often pops around here to buy it. Make sure to say hello when you see Susano. He could use a friend, I should think. He's always on his own. Can I get pets from you still? No? Alright. Hey, Hayabusa. Hayabusa. There. Am I trying to find this granny's pole? How am I supposed to find the pole? I guess I have to find like a stick or something. Hi. Heave! Heave! This is weird. My mind really wants to shift this rock, but my body won't cooperate. It's like I'm made of lead. Could this be a case of demonic possession? I sure hope not. What do you mean? Oh shit. You're so... What am I missing? What am I doing? I'm not... What do you... What? Am I doing something wrong? Oh. Radish? Pure white spherical vegetable. Oh shit. What did I do against you? Did I cut behind you? Do I... Oh! What did I do? Oh. Demon Fang? Fang fortune, demonic hatred, beautiful and deadly. Ooh. You give her a pole? I don't have a stick for her. She's been keeping out this side for a minute. What? Am I missing something that... Huh? 69 praise though, very nice. It's almost believable that she true... No, what... Do you guys know something that I don't? How am I supposed to give her a pole? Whoa, Emmy, you suddenly started glowing. That means your divine attributes can be enhanced. Well, you sure looks excited. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Let's take a stab at enhancing your divine attributes. I'm gonna open the fan menu where you see your divine attributes. Use the praise you've accumulated to enhance any attribute you want. Ooh. Ooh. Money? Money. Not enough though. Hey, wait a second, you don't want to enhance your attributes? Yeah. Oh, I know. I bet you're trying to save your praise for next time. Yeah, I want money. Boy, you really like to think ahead, don't you? Well, I suppose that's a valid strategy too. Thank you, game. Keep up the good work. Oh, I almost forgot. We better check in on that dude. Oh, you mean Susano? What do you guys do? What? Just don't forget to put the pole there before you forget it for the sake of a joke, Paul. I feel as light as a feather now. Sadly, that doesn't make it any easier to shift this boulder. Who went and blocked the only path out of here anyway? There's no way I can get back to the city now. Say, pup, your owner lives here in the village, right? So you must know that guy Susano. Can you get him to come here? They say he's the descendant of the legendary hero Nagi. If anyone can do something about this rock, it's him. Whoa. That's strange. Oh, hi Leon. This border wasn't here before. I'm sure it's not. Who the heck put this big rock here? It's blocking the only road out of the village. Doesn't look like you could squeeze through anywhere. Besides, I don't even know if it's safe to leave the village yet. Can I cut the rock down? Yeah, it just isn't enough. Maybe we ought to bring Susano here and see what he thinks. Susano? Droxen, you're playing a wolf incarnation of a goddess with a tail that can create things with her tail. Oh fuck, that's what I'm supposed to do? Alright, that's it, stream's over. Fuck. So what, am I supposed to just draw... Can I just draw a Paul? Oh my god. I cannot believe. Do I do this? Oh! Oh my god, I hate this game. Wow, Okami? Been so long since I last played this. Me too. The last time I played this was about 5 to 6 years ago. And yeah, it's safe to say I'm totally blind to this game now. I played this game so many times. I never get to finish this game. Yeah, I finally got it. God, I don't know how I feel about this. I have mixed feelings. I even collected 100 beats as well. 100 beats? Ooh. I don't know what the beats are for. A new drawing pole? Oh my. Oh my. Where did that come from? The gods must have answered my prayers. How wonderful. Time to dry the laundry. Alright. 100 beats gives you God mode in New Game Plus. Ooh. You insist on this act so strongly, it's impressive. Should be an actor winning. Pinky, I swear to God, I am not even trying to act. I'm not even trying. The beats are literally a cheat. Just makes Amy literally a god. Ooh, okay. Well, I'm glad I was able to hang my laundry, but the sun seems to be so far away these days. Maybe he doesn't like all those monsters that are lurking about. If only it would shine closer, my laundry would dry in a second. Oh, wait, do you want me to draw a sun here? Here, let me help you. Here's a sun for you. Wait, no? How close do you want the sun to be? This is kind of dangerous, isn't it? To have a sun here. Or do I just put the sun here? I know sun goes in the sky. I know sun goes in the sky, but the granny wants the sun to be closer. Is that close enough for you, Granny? I hate this game. No, honestly, I love this game. Praise the sun. This guy. I guess it's close enough. My word! The sun has suddenly drawn so close. My laundry will be bone dry in no time. First, my point out this, where the miracles never cease. Maybe I ought to make some cherry cakes to offer to the sun.
Praise the sun tea, praise the sun tea, praise the sun tea,
Praise the sun tea.
praise the sun tea, praise the sun tea, praise the sun tea, praise the sun tea.
Come back tonight if you want some too, Snowball. No one makes better cherry cakes. They're mouth-watering good. That sounded Tagalog. That sounded Tagalog. It's actually Japanese. It's a Japanese TTS. You know, I honestly don't know anything about Tagalog. Because I never heard Tagalog is the thing. But the only word I know in Tagalog is how to swear. That's it. Guess I have to go inside, huh? I only know how to swear in Tagalog. Hi. I'm Kachan. Yeah, maybe. Oh, Kushi. Let's wake this guy up. What the? Huh? Now you feel the cut. Ah, I feel so well rested. I planned to meditate underground but fell fast asleep. Huh? Who are you? And what business do you have with Susano, the greatest warrior ever? I don't like this guy. The great warrior Susano. Do even the beasts know of my great exploits now? I mean, Amy looks happy. Well, Fido, I'm not looking for apprentices. Go back to the mountains and play with your monkey friends. How dare a mangy mud like you interrupt my meditation? Get a load of this guy, all brown and no brains. Does he even brawl? Does he even brawl? Quit messing around and come with us. But my other favorite is Waka. Who's Waka? Why is Butspot so slow? I don't know why Butspot is very slow today. You snuck in here again? Quit bugging me, you bug. I told you, don't call me a bug. Come on, Amy. We're taking him with us. Oh shit. What do you think you're doing? Put me down this instant. More than the neighbors think. I love Oki. Zoomies! Zoomies eat shit. Wee! oh. You want the zoomies? You want the zoomies? Here, let's go meet some friends. Friend. Oh, hi, Susano. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Kushi. Oh, hello, Susano. Looks like you've made a good pal there. Snowy really likes you. Yeah. I love this. Game physics, where you should have fallen off but gravity deny. Wee. Wee. Oh, yeah, I made more friends. Boy, you're sure weird, Susano. Is there supposed to be some new kind of training or what? I have made more friends. It better not be you messing up my garden, Susano. You get a good thumping if it is. Why I keep... Does he relate to the statue of Nagi? Oh, where's the statue of Nagi? Is it up here? I'm carrying 3 friends. Ishun, Susano, and Hayabusa. Hi. I I hope you are not mistreating that fine wolf. The tree inside? I really forgot. What? No, no, no. Can I check the map of some sort? Do I have a map? Oh, this is already like very zoom in. The tree from the... It's up here somewhere, right? Yeah, it's this one, this one. Hi, Saku. Hi. Can I really bring him everywhere? Going in. Oh, no way. Alright, we're going to look at the statue of Nagi, you and me. Let's do a good old save real quick. I'll save this on the second file. Oh, that feels so good. Oh my god, Amaterasu is so strong. My only wish for this game is that they continue the story. Yeah, Okami Den. Isn't that the second game of this game? A new entry would be neat. They're not enough. Then again, it's not really a continuation. Oh. Okami Den. There's not really continuation. Me and Susano going to look at the thing. Whoa. 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 Zoomies. When Amy has the zoomies. Hi Susano, what do you think of this? Oh! Oh! This is a shrine built to honor Nagi. Huh? Who fixed the statue? Anyway, there's gonna be a statue of me next to it someday. What? Has this guy been here before? Whoa, what do you know? What a magnificent statue! The legendary hero Nagi. I always wanted to draw him. Huh. I want to see Amy wage war with the demons in Celestial Realm. Celestial Realm? Wow. The trees inside is normal to him? Is there a tree? I mean, that's just a statue. Unless I can jump down. That's a no on that one. Sorry, I never really play far into the game. So I have no idea what any of those are. How strong for abs do you have, Susano? Oh my god. Susano has really strong abs, what can I say? He's having a great seizure of his lifetime. Ooh, that's like a little detail. Is it possible that Susanoo actually doesn't know how to fight? Or just like he knows how to swing a sword and then that's just it. It sure feels like it. Like, with all due respect, I don't think Susanoo knows how to fight. You see, when I progress through a story, yeah, fair enough. It's just like how I feel about Susanoo. Why would you think something that blasphemous? Look, Pinky, it's just something that I observed. Okay, I'm gonna cut all these. Ooh. Whoa, doing that is so nice. You can finish this one day? No way! No way! Whoa. Blasphemy. Just not blasphemy. Dude. Why can't I not talk to Sakuya? There's clearly someone there. Gate? Oh, do I not pass through a gate? Oh! Oh, attention to detail. I didn't know that. Hi. Camille? Whoa, what are you doing? Eh! Come here. Come here. It was explained? This statue of Nagi was erected to protect the village, you see. It's located even deeper than Shiranui's statue. Oh. Mexicana. They did say that the gate brings you to the spirit realm where you came from. I didn't know that. You missed, Leon! You missed! They must really revere him. But still, wasn't there an even bigger statue of him around here? In the spirit realm, I've been there. Yeah. Okay, fine. This is examine? What am I trying to examine? This sacred tree protects Kamiki village. But it's definitely seen better days. It never looks this bad. And Sakuya's been burned out. Been all burned out since the imp showed up. Yeah. What happens if I... Like, this might be rude. Crazy wolf! Crazy wolf! Come here. I gotta bully the baby. Oh my god. Oh, what is that? So cursed. I just love how I can do all the dog things. Now how about Mr. Orange? Hey Mr. Orange, I have a friend. Are you here? Where are you? Are you friendly? Are you close? Are you French? Are you here? How old are you? Ooh. Oh, it's ginseng. That is totally not a carrot at all. Oh my god. I'm not even playing Phasmophobia yet. Susano, stop frolicking around. The day is meant for work. Come give me a hand if you have time to waste like that. That's right, Susano, stupid. Oh. Oh, I thought you could just jump like that. Alright, let's go find them. Let's go, bird. What if it's nighttime? Oh, what if I get hit when... Ow! Hit Susano, not me. Oh yeah, let's talk to Granny as well. Hey Granny, I have a friend. Oh, Susano, that sure looks like fun. But shouldn't you be practicing your sword play? Maybe. Alright, let's give it a good old save again. Oh, the save is so fast. Oh. Potato? I'm eating potato? Dry but satisfyingly flavorful. Oh wait, are you just gonna eat raw potato? Good. Vegetable with many uses. Cool. Anything more? Can I get an actual carrot? Is the save supposed to be slow? Well, in my PS3, on my PS3, save takes like at least, and I mean at least, not even exaggerating, 1 minute and more. At least, I say. You mangy mutt! You brought me all the way here just to taste yourself against me? Then prepare to taste the wrath of my trusty blade. What? Tonkenbuku? I didn't see that, sorry, I didn't mean to skip that one. Me used the astral power so little, never. Me almost forgot what it does again. Oh, it's a revive. You're the legendary Susano? Yep, none other than Susano, the greatest warrior who ever lived. And by the way, never interrupt warriors engaged in battle. But I got a favor to ask you. This huge boulder blocking the path is really getting in my way. Can't you do something about it? What? Come on, please. I mean, you're a Nagi's descendant, aren't you? Surely one stone's no match for your mighty skills, right? Fakey dicky. It is certainly not beyond my ability. Really? Great. Okay then, no time like the present. Go for it. Wait. A boulder of this size is not very easy even for me. This will require my utmost focus to magnify the power of my sword. I shall retire to the training grounds to make preparations. Wait for my return. I wonder. I've never seen a guy train seriously, ever. Uh-oh. Can that guy really handle this? Oh well, I guess all I can do is wait here. He lying. Susano is lying. Susano is fakey dicky. Cabbage? A thick and fibrous vegetable. Thick. I'm not. I'm not blaspheming. Look at this guy. Is it because it's the night? Hey, wake the fuck up! I demand daytime. I can force morning. I can force morning. Oh yeah, can I force night? I mean, I'm the sun god. Can I be the moon god? Oh shit, that's not how the... That looks like a broken banana. Wait, no, that's not how it's supposed to be. There. I know I told that merchant I could help, but a boulder of that size? I don't care if I'm of a legendary bloodline, it's just too big. Hmm? Oh no, I can't believe I ran out of sake at a time like this. This won't do one bit. That's it for today, I'll just have to train tomorrow. You stupid! It's no use, I can't even move. Wow. I can't train with that sake to feel the fire. Training will just have to wait till tomorrow. Why do today when it can be put off until tomorrow? That's doing things the Sasano way. Ha ha ha. Sake? Oh yeah, the village has a sake brewing girl, doesn't it? Oh right, yeah. Bitch. I love how it is night. It was night. Also, is this how I feel out my astral pouch? It's so much fruit. Look at that. Oh, it's I'm gonna get filled up so quickly. Oh yeah. Time to get a hero brew. With all due respect, I don't think he is. Wait, can I get into a room? Oh, I can. 200 to cat pouch. Oh, okay. That's not much then. This is a millstone used to polish rice, but the water mill's broken and won't move. Oh, okay. Ooh, rice balls. Balls of rice wrapped in seaweed. He's the greatest hero ever. Bale of rice. Bale of rice fastened with straw. Did you just eat that raw, Amy? Wow. I mean, fair enough, I guess. Yeah. Fix? Why am I trying to fix? Oh, hello there. I got a bit of a problem, you know. I have to polish rice in the mill house before I can use it, but the mill's broken. Oh, fix! Oh, I'm trying to fix the mill. Oh! Bexty. But the mill's broken. The wicked must have broke it the other day. It's hopeless trying to make good sake without clean rice. Wow, that's too bad. I should have never let that monster try my new thunder brew. What? A broken meal and a flattened crops? That's all the things I get. Don't go giving monsters sake, they're bad enough sober. What was she thinking? Anyway, I guess it is a matter of fixing something that's broken. I know how to fix things. Sounds like something you could handle with your brush, Amy. Do I have to go back there and fix the mill? Can I fix the mill here? That's the mill, right? This is the mill. Oh, it doesn't want... I mean, I guess this is a little bit too small for place. Maybe I'll try doing it outside. I think I can do it outside. Yeah, feels like it. I mean, outside seems to be more viable. See? I can see the whole thing. Ah, see? It looks different. There you go. Nice hoo! You're welcome, Kushi. What's this? Oh, whoa! The mill's been mended! Who on earth did that? I completely given up on the idea of making my sake. But now I can get on with polishing my rice. Well, no time like the present. I better get started. That rope doesn't look like it's good to tend the crops. Just saying. Oh yeah. You're interested in how to brew sake, are you, Snowy? Well, this thing here is for polishing the rice, you see. Oh, I'll tell you what. I've got something I think you'll like. Hee hee, it's just some leftover stock from the store. But I made it myself. It's called Vista of the Gods. Oh, but are you even old enough to drink, Snowy? Whoa. Oh, I'm supposed to give that to Susano. Alright. I've been pet. One day I'll produce sake that will be remembered in legend forever. Cool. Let me give it a zoomy and I'll run. The greatest sake for the greatest of warriors. Okay. Hi. Hold it right there, Fido. Is that Fido? That smell. Is that Kushi's famous homebrewed sake? I offered the Vista of the Gods. Fido, my friend, did you bring me some of the Kushi sake? Oh, what a glorious day. Good old sake. A man without drink is like a warrior without his trusty sword. In fact, it is said that Nagi himself relied on the power of sake in this battle with the dreaded Orochi. The story didn't say that. It's all so clear now, let the training begin! Whoa, are you finally gonna train? I'll just try a bit of my usual routine. Okay, here I come! Oh! Sorry. Am I supposed to help you? I thought I'm just watching a cutscene. You shall not get off so easy next time, dummy. Am I not supposed to just watch the cutscene? Really? I have to help him? Let me get mentally prepared here. Okay, here I come. Okay, I'll help you. Dart. What? Sorry. Feast your eyes on this! Susano style exploding implosion. Wow. Dart. Yo. Huh? Hiya! What just happened? Susano style exploding implosion. Are you really? Oh no, I feel this guy.
Susanoo rules, boulder rules. Praise the Susanoo 反斜线 T 斜线 praise the Susanoo
斜线反斜线斜线 praise the Susanoo
斜线 praise the Susanoo
反斜线 T 斜线完蛋了，这个要2年了，这个
斜线 praise the Susanoo
反斜线 T 斜线 That's amazing! You slice that huge rock clean in half. You really are something. Wow, I didn't think you could do it, Paps. 反斜线 T 斜线 Me either. I mean, of course I could. After all, I am Susano, the greatest warrior ever. You weren't just showing off when you said you were Nagi's descendant. Someone like you'll have no trouble fighting monsters off, huh? Well, anyway, thanks a lot. Now I can start doing business again. Did you say monsters? Oh, of course, no problem. This is a job for the most skilled warrior of Nippon. Yes, I shall rid these lands of their vile presence. Just sit back and watch the great Susano work his magic. Oh, you're gonna die. He shouldn't get all puffed up. He's nothing without us. Oh, Ishu knows. Ishu knows. Think he'll be okay? The monsters outside the village are nasty. Ah, glorious Amaterasu. Oh, look at that butt. What a pleasure to witness your heroic deeds. I'm in awe. When you cleave the boulder into two, my heart skipped a bit. To see your skills with the brush is to be witness to great art. Yeah, so do we get a reward or something, lady? I hardly think your participation had any impact, little bug. It's Ishun. Stop calling me a bug. I'll crop into your kimono if you say that again. My word. Relax, lady. Furbo's here more comfy anyway. Oh, no, go back. I don't want you. Let's get back to that reward thing you were talking about. Come on, Amy. Pull your paw or something. Go shake! I must apologize. I would like to reward you, but I'm afraid I haven't the power. I can barely muster enough strength to make a flower bloom. Sad times. Though my body stands firmly here within the confines of the village. My roots spread far and wide, protecting remote areas outside. These parts of me are known as guardian saplings. They collect the praise and adoration that gives me strength. The recent evil is eroding the guardian saplings. If this continues, I will wilt away as well, and my power will vanish. Worse yet, the dark power grows stronger with each passing day. Life as we know it will be consumed utterly in no time. And I love how Amy is just sleeping. Oh man, this is getting heavy. Great and powerful Amaterasu. Could I be so bold as to request your assistance in rejuvenating these guardian saplings by lifting the curse that enslaves them? I shall mark the locations of nearby saplings on your map. Oh, that doesn't seem too far, isn't it? Actually, no, scratch that. That seems a little bit far. Alright, I'll do it. I have grown tired. I haven't even the strength to speak now. I hope that my request has not fallen on deaf ears. Amaterasu, may the fresh scent of flowers protect you always. Meh. I'm always itching for a good fight, but I sure don't want to poke my nose into this mess. Still, I'm stuck with Furball here till I get all the brush skills. Anyway, Amy's a god and all. What could possibly go wrong? Hey, did you listen to her, Furball? Think I did. You get the rest of the brush techniques to save the world, and I'll steal and learn them. Yeah, that's the ticket. Alright, Ishun, alright. Don't get your hopes up. At any rate, let's start by following these marks on the map. Amy's cute. Amy's adorable. Rip monsters. Oh, the monsters not gonna... They're gonna F for the monsters. Okay then, guess I better offload some stuff before heading back. Feel free to take a look if you've been sent to do the shopping, pup. Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to buy some seeds, yeah. What does rabbit eat? Herbs? They don't eat fish. Maybe they eat herbs. There. Temporary increased defense. Temporary increased attack power. Holy bone. Okay. I can go feed more birds, and also there's more bunai, and there's one bunai pack here. A bunai. Do you want to eat herbs? Mmm, delicioso. Can I skip this? Oh, I can. All right. You're welcome. Mythical money is the thing to manage at the beginning. Oh shit. Well, I used like too much, I think. It's okay. There's like a few bird packs that I can feed. I think one's here. Hey, burb. Yeah, see? So I think I should do more of that so that I can get more praise. And I think there's one on top as well. There's one on top of the lake, the small lake. I think, if I remember correctly. This one I already fed, did I? Oh wait, no, I didn't feed this one. Alright. What is that? Wait, you guys seeing this? I'm gonna dig it out. Oh, I'm the best dog! Traveler's Charm. Protects Traveler from danger. Increases godhood by 1 level? That seems like a big deal. Is it like equipment? No. Tools? What's a godhood? Maybe not. I don't know what... I'll use it. Godhood. Okay. Not really. It's like HP meetings. Oh, okay. So it's like a permanent HP up thing. It's interesting how games, previous games likes to do HP up or something. They don't give you like a whole game with consistently like maybe 5 HP points or something like that. You can upgrade HP in through some things that you can upgrade HP. Not like an up, more like healing. Oh, it heals. Oh, oops. It's okay. I think it's time to go out now. Yeah. Let me just double check with a little bit more things real quick. For real, for real. You see with combat? Alright. Let's go to the spirit realm. Hi. Wow, a white wolf? I thought the statue of Shiranui had disappeared. But you look just like it. It didn't just come to life, did it? Hey sis, this dog got something weird on its back. Whoa, you can see it? What? Stop being silly, that's how rumors start. Wait, the baby can see my divine instrument? After the nonsense about seeing a door of light here before. But I did see it. Right inside this shrine there was a door of light. Whoa, wait, the kids can see everything. I don't see any door of light, but it was there. Inside this shrine, I saw it. Yeah. Yeah. Here, you wanna see the door? You wanna see the door? Kids can see thing, adult count. Interesting. Yeah, child soul door. But why though? If the child went through like spirit realm, the child shouldn't be able to see her mom. Nago also knows that place though, and he's adult. Yeah, true. Well, not Nagi, but Susano. Yeah, Nagi, sorry. Susano. I brought Susano to the spirit realm. Even look at the statue of Nagi. Yeah, Susano too. Alright, we're going out finally. Whee! Whoa, that doesn't look good. Oh shit, it's even worse than I thought. Huh? You probably know this already, Amy, but this here is Shinshu Field. The most beautiful field in Nippon. At least it's supposed to be. But ever since that incident, I've been getting a bad vibe. We better watch where we're going. You can look at the map by holding down L2. Let's pay attention to the map as we push ahead. Sad gem. Whoa, that is horrendously sad looking. Oh my god. What is that? I mean, they look bad. Can I just cut them off? Oh, I can. Are they dead? Oh, they're dead. Okay, well. What? Amy, that's the first Guardian's sapling marked on our map. It's supposed to be a place for travelers to rest and recuperate. But just look at it. It looks like it could fall over at any moment. This place is definitely cursed from the looks of it. Places where evil has taken hold, luring monsters from far and wide, are known as cursed zones. But I never seen one this big. It's weirded all the plant life in the area, even that big tree. It'll take a monster with powers beyond even a god to do this. That tree's an offshoot of Sakuya. It protects nature in the area. Maybe the natural beauty here will return if we revived it? But how the heck will we do that anyway? I don't know. I attacked the flag. Wait, didn't you die? There we go. Do I touch it? Oh. Oh, it's a red. You know what? I should know. But I didn't know. All memories are gone. Safe to say. I'm not even ashamed to admit that I played this game about 5 or 6 years. I don't know anymore, Bug. I don't know anything about this game anymore. You think like, oh god. More to rediscover. True. I'm attacking symbols. So these are like random encounters. Well, not random encounters, but encounters. Just fight them for money. Oh wait, you're presenting my... There. Whoa, you don't want it? Whoa, why? What'd I do? There we go. I can get Demon Fang from you, but not the green ones. Hi. At the statue? Has everyone here turned to stone? They must have been struck by some terrible curse. The only way to help them is to rid this cursed zone of evil. What if I go into there where I become stone? Oh my god! Holy shit, this is bad! It looked like a regular old curse stone from back there, but the evil here is far worse close up. It would curse a normal person in a flash. I'm afraid it might even rob you of your power. Oh shit, that's actually kinda scary. There's someone there, but I cannot go. Will you look at that, Amy? This guardian sampling's a wreck. So that's why Suckers is hurting so bad. I bet the natural beauty would return if you revive that tree. But how could you possibly do something like that? You need a special power that could make a withered tree bloom. So I can just do that? Well, can I? Can't just like... Yeah, that would be a bad idea. Well, I can go here. It's as dangerous as water. What do I do against that? Do I cut behind? Oh, okay. I have to change camera angle. Okay, let's fight all of them. Give money! Ooh. There's one more here. What if I kill... What if I kill the green one? Like normally? Like that, and then just cut it? I get Demon Fang that way! Now I'll... See? That's much better. Oh, I can get so many Demon Fang. Can I sell it to the merchant? Do the merchant want Demon Fang? It's like, hey, do you want this curse thing? When you get it, you're gonna get cursed? Like, yeah. Give it to me. Cut it up. Make them swim. Oh, I can get seed this way? Shouldn't have bought them then. Hi. Make them drown in your ink. Hi, who are you? Nameless man. What just happened? I was out here chopping wood and communing with nature as usual when I heard a loud rumbling like an earthquake from the lake. Then a huge gust of wind blew up out of nowhere. I don't know what happened next, but when I came to, it was like this. I noticed a figure running from the lake towards Kamiki. Whoever it was, man, I hope Mother Earth kept them safe. What's up, nature buddy? Curious about that cave? It's an entrance to a place called Hana Valley, you know? The site of an amazing waterfall, but monsters have moved in now. There's a trippy crystal ball that makes plants grow enshrined there. You'd think gardeners would be flocking here for it. Actually, not long ago, that Susano guy went marching in there. Oh shit. It's weird, normally he runs away at the sight of monsters. And he hardly seems the type to try his hand at gardening. Anyway, it's bad karma, man. You could be attacked if you went in. Oh shit. We need to go find Susano. Susano's gonna die. This one, he says? Oh, that is poopy water. Oh, that's poopy water. Oh, I can cut like that? That's cool. So it's not necessarily just horizontal line. Too late? Oh, too late. I can cut like that. Nice. So it's just don't go full vertical. Okay, okay. Sick 'em! Sick 'em! Nice, that's a lot of money. Uh oh. Nice. I'm getting a bunch of demon fangs. We should have the dumbest idea. Pom, but with Amaterasu. You mean Pom summoning Amaterasu? Pom summoning Amy? Like, go Amy! Can I get in here? Sure can. Gosh, playing this game without it runs like a PowerPoint slideshow feels really good. I mean, sure, the game's like 30 FPS, but that's how it's supposed to be. Bonk. 30 is plenty. It's quite plenty, yeah. Increases godhood by 1. Oh, I forgot to check that one now. Uh-oh. Whoa. Oh shit. I was vibing. Oh god, I used too much. I guess it will be great. I guess it will be like a rule of thumb is to just draw a horizontal line, right? Don't style on them. Oh shit. Huh? We got rid of the monsters, so why did the god's power disappear? Guess the curse on the gods of these lands must be really strong. They can't intervene till we do something about this stagnant air. Oh. I can't away the fire. Feedback fish. Fresh fish, irresistible to animals who dine on fish. Who dines on fish? Oh. Hey. Oh, stray beat. This is like the second one that I found. Oh. Hey, check out that tree. It's moving. Better be careful, Amy. Oh, the... Eat. You see that? It just threw some fruit at us. Show it we mean business. Try to hit this brook back at it. Oh shit. Draw one quick stroke to hit the fruit. You remember how, don't you? Oh! Look, it's stunned with its own fruit. Let's pass on by this creepy old tree while we can. Alright, I mean, I mean, I can kind of just skip past them. Like, I am speed. See that? Yeah, Amy is speed. 99 more, -1 to go. Hey. Whoa. Oh, this place looks terrible. Now it looks okay. The statue's all dirty. Kind of feel sorry for it standing in a place like this. Oy. Ooh. It's Susa. Oh, Susano didn't die? Wow. Uh-oh. Oh, with a new one. The drummer, 黄天邪鬼. Ah, that's so cool. That's right, get comboed. I don't know why I did, but I can just keep combo him, so why not, right? Why did they not attack Susano? Oh. The music. What's all that racket? Oh, it's you, Mud. What are you doing here? Go home. I already told you I'm not looking for apprentices. Anyway, Hana Valley is no place for mud like you. Beyond this point lies my secret training ground. It's the perfect place to hide. Huh? I mean, to train. Now Scoot, be off with you. I will kill you. I will kill you. You can't even aim. You can't even aim. That's strange. I know there's a way through around here somewhere. What do you want? I already told you be off with you. Yeah. This one? Wow, check out that wall painting. It's said that the crystal sphere that makes tree grow is enshrined. Somewhere around here. Based on this painting here, I say the rumor must be true. Still, something's not right. Don't you think there's missing something from this painting? Oh yeah. I'm not dumb this time. I know what to do. I have a little bit of brain power. See? Oh, that's nice. My son can even affect paintings? That's insanely good. Hey, Susano, you're welcome. And Smart, a son? What in heaven's name? How did that happen? Well, now I can go I mean, now I can go train. It's a wall painting of an ancient ritual. It ain't half bad, but that's a lot coming from the Great Asian. Why is it? It's shiny or something, and then they grow afterwards? A crystal ball? Heat training monsters are even more screwed now. I just realized Susanoo's too scary to attack. Meow from phone. Wow. Oh, you're on the phone now, alright. I'm just curious, but can I swim in this? It's probably gonna kill me. I didn't save though. My curiosity is... Oh. Oh. Oh, it's nothing. I can even do zoomies here. It's fine. Swimming dog. Oh, hi. What a strange place. Is this really the secret training ground Susanoo mentioned? Speaking of which, where'd Pops go anyway? Yeah, where did he go? Oh, okay. Sacred Tree Cherry Cascade. I haven't seen anything remotely like a sacred tree around here. Oh, you don't? I'm pretty sure something like this is wiggling is one. Just very small. But swag? What's up with this tiny sapling? I smell a faint scent like sangria is coming from the sapling. Why would the guardian sapling be so tiny like this? I mean, that wall painting had a huge magnificent tree in it. Oh, do I have to draw another sun on this? Oh my god. Maybe the monster's evil is keeping its power at bay. Probably, and maybe I would need to draw a sun here. I see. That's why there's an altar here. It's for worshipping the sun that shines up there in the valley. Big brain! I know what to do! Look at that. I'm the best. I am the best! The best! The best! Huh? I bet something will happen if we can just get this right. I know this room is hiding some kind of secret. Oh, am I not okay, I thought I was doing it right. Am I not supposed to draw a sun there? Well, maybe I can... I'm just gonna get in here. Susanoo must be in there. She's smart like Flynn. Flynn is way smarter than me. Hi. It's a bird. Yeah? What now? You foul beast? How did you get in here? A foul beast? It's a sleeping bird on a ball. It's a best bird, oh my god. You have some nerve sneaking into my private training ground. Now you shall get a taste of my new secret technique. Himiteki. Your foul beast looks like an ordinary sleepy bear to me, Pops. Enough talk. My blade thirsts for battle. Here goes nothing. Susanoo style. Susanoo? Sorry, I almost... Sa! No! Susanoo! Now for Susanoo style. Exploding implosion? I don't wanna. I said Susano style. Exploding implosion. Do I have to cut the bear? I think he's losing his nerve. Why don't you give him a hand? I said Susano style. Exploding implosion. I don't want to cut the bear. Okay, exploding implosion. Okay, okay. Wow. Poor bear. No. The bear is still sleeping, but still. They'll teach you, you foolish beast. You're no match for my new secret technique. Susano style Susano exploding implosion Susano. Sure. Yeah. Rest in peace, foul beast. The great warrior Susano condemns the offense, not the offender. Anyway, there are other monsters I must deal with. Okay, Susano. Amy's so cute though. Oh, it's a ball. Hi, bear. Sheesh, it's still sleeping like a, well, a bear. What a snore. Makes Susano sound like a kitten purr. Wakey. It's sleeping like a log. Can't believe it can sleep in a place like this. It's a big bird. This crystal sphere is filled with leaves. Is this sphere used for a ritual for a good harvest or something? Hey, didn't that wall painting have a sphere-like object in it? Yeah, it's shining on this. Oh, it's shining on the sphere. So I have to bring the sphere there and then draw the sun on the valley. Can I just push it? Oh, I can push it. Okay. Oh god, this is... Let me save again. He's so cool and strong. Alright. Dog push ball. And you couldn't have that... couldn't have had that sphere without Susano's bravery. Okay. Alright, okay. Susano is brave. Dog push ball. Who wants to play fetch with me? Why is it so hard to push? Get up! Oh my god, get up! Thank you. There. Okay, good. Yeah, there it is. Whoa. Nice. Wow, someone had a lot of time on their hands to think all this out. So this was the sphere in that wall painting. It is. You show me 3 times now. Thank you, Ishun. I bet this sphere here is magic or something. It is. Watch this. Ooh. I'm the best. That's pretty fast. Hey, is this a guardian sapling? It's so weird like the one like the others. Yeah. Oh. What the? Who turned out the lights? Oh. It's another constellation, Amy. Constellation, huh? Can I get another dragon? Sneku? Oh, I thought it's a Sneku. What is that? Huh? Looks like you need a little more than just one star. Why don't you try drawing all the missing star? Oh, is it all? Oh, here one. Is it like every change of direction is one? Oh. Okay, yeah, it is every change of direction 1 star. Okay. Whoa, look at you! Holy shit! I just put dots everywhere. I kinda want to do that. Hi, monkey. Sakigami. Amaterasu, origin of all that is good and mother to us all. My gratitude for releasing my body from its slumber. Please accept my humble thanks in return for your great kindness. I am Sakigami, one of the triumvirate of flora gods known as the Hanagami. My brethren and I have been entrusted with the brush technique known collectively as Green Sprout. I now grant my humble power to you. Use it wisely. Thanks, monkey. Zun. We have Su is rejuvenation, Duan is power slash, and now we have Zun. Apparently the bloom brush technique can make flowers blossom simply by drawing a circle on a withered tree. Oh, okay. Hey! Maybe you would make the withered guardian sapling blossom too. Oh, wow, that's huge. How, circle? Oh, yeah! Whoa. Well, that's a huge difference, holy shit. Oh, I like that. Oh wow, look at how everything grew back so quick! Sakuya wasn't kidding about the power of the guardian saplings. So this is what Hana Valley is supposed to look like. Yeah. Seems Sakuya's guardian sapling has lifted the evil curse. I'm not sure how weak the gods have become recently, but it must have taken some wickedly strong power to suppress this magnificent guardian sapling. Even if you are Shiranui reborn, we might be up against more than we bargained for. Hey Amy, what about that withered guardian sapling outside? I bet you could revive it like you did in this one. And by bringing the guardian sapling back to life, we might be able to lift the curse there too. What are we waiting for? Leap before you think, right? No. Sakigami. Foob. Look at all the foob. Just need to do it around the mid to top, not need to cover the whole tree. Leap always think later. So I just need to like... Can I just like... It's very small. Like this. That's like a sun. I tried to draw a sun on the guardian tree. Well, the camera is making me nauseous. Did the fruit just went inside the wall? Fine. Can I jump down? I'm probably gonna die if I jump down. I'm not gonna do it. Walls need E2. Oh, fuck. Demon Fang. What? Oh, I need to confuse it and then attack him afterwards. Yeah, like that. And then I can just keep attacking him. Oh, I didn't mean to. Can I still do it? No! I attacked one too many times. We'll miss your stream next weekend. Oh no, is there something happening? Pig! What does pig eat? Meat? Pig. Oh, I need 150? Okay. Do they eat fish? I think they eat meat, right? Huh? Huh? Seed? No. This one to this I say no. What do you... No. I'm not stupid. Boar don't eat seeds only? I mean, maybe they eat mushrooms or like something vegetarian. Oh, seeing boyfriend again? Nice. Hope we have a good trip then. Hell yeah. Can I cut them? Oh, oops. Oops, I say when I clearly trying to cut them. Why no? You know what they eat instead? Don't they eat mushrooms? Or like, aren't they like vegetarian? Grapes, my favorite! Oh my god! Juicy fruit plucked from a vine. I heckin' love grapes. They're great. And we have more ginseng. Ginseng. Oh, the tree is still alive. That creepy old tree just won't give up. I've got an idea, Emmy. Maybe you could hit his fruit right back at it, and while it's done, you could use...
boar is an omnivore, feeding on just about anything edible. Its main diet consists of roots, fallen fruits, nuts and acorns. The boar also feeds on small animals, larvae, snakes, birds, rodents, etc. and carrion.
Yeah. But why choose seed when there's like herbs and everything that I can have, like fish, meat? There we go. Ooh. That feels satisfying. Can I blossom? No? Alright. Hi again, cheesecake. Oh, what is this? Whoa, Amy, hold on. Hanabe looks so much better now, but what about this gloomy patch of grass? You can use the power of Bloom to fill it in. Just fill it with your brush and Bloom will take care of it. So, like, fill it. Phil? Dr. Phil? Oh, that works. And green sprout tips? Ooh. Is it a green sprout technique? Poke holes on the ground with dots. The ink becomes a seed and trees sprout forth, confounding foes. The life force this vegetation emits is a bane of evil. Oh, I can grow trees just like that? There are a few places in this whole world where I have not set foot. My travels have granted me extensive knowledge. I have endeavored to record this knowledge in a series of scrolls. Press N to destroy breakable object with a tackle, initiate dash with left stick. Leap over jumping X, fairly greater height, wall jump with X, dashing, jumping, wall jumping will prove invaluable during your quest, succeed immersively fully aware of surroundings, right stick adjust the camera angle, and when to change the camera relative angle, L2 for map, certain accessible until you obtain the map. Oh, certain areas are inaccessible until you obtain the map? Wow. The preceding tips should be of great value on your quest. Righteous knowledge is the wellspring, true essence of any adventure. Whoa. There was a scroll here too, eh? Amy, look at this travel guide. It's an ancient record of a pilgrimage across the land. If this were the real thing, it would normally be worth fortune, but with all the copies out there, you probably wouldn't get much for it. At any rate, if you ever want to read it, just press the to open the fan menu. It may sound rather preachy, but it should at least help you in your travels. I'm sure. Troll grease. Did I say troll grease? Oops. Ooh, that feels so good. Oh, there's so much food. Nice. Now, can I cut the tree? I cut the tree. Yay. Who need Carter? You know, it'll be fun to be able to run like Amaterasu. Or who need cars, right? Yeah. I mean, to be able to run that fast? Oh yeah. And not being... I'm not gonna be tired as well. Infinite stamina? What fuck? That was a little bit close. Does that mean that I can bloom these trees as well? Whoa! Oh, okay. Oh. Wait, so I have to find all the black trees and bloom them? Do you guys see any more black trees on my way here? I could even bring friends? Yeah. So stonk. Yeah, not seeing black trees, yeah. Sorry, just let me double check for a little bit. Not even here, right? Bird. Okay, there's no black trees. Yeah, that's where Susano slayed the big four. Yeah, I'm sure Susano did it. Totally. Yeah. Oh. Oh shit, they're back. Oh. I'm out of power. I don't know why I'm getting demon fangs, but maybe I can sell them for money. to be as smart and strong as Susano. Alright. Oh, I can dig. She's learning. She's striking multiple foes when going for finishes. It's all coming together so quickly. the gaming gamer sense, I think. Digging tips. Scroll drawn by wandering artists contain useful information. You mean digging something like this? Oh, Bloom. You don't look so good. Here. I'm learning. The kobold is getting clever. Yeah, just like... Did that... Yeah, I guess that's too much. No, Oh wait, maybe. The angle is wrong. Oh yeah, now this is gonna work. Did I just hear monkey? Oh shit, hi. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Have a good rest of stream goal. Alright, Dub, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate, and I hope you have a good sleep. Do they eat seeds as well? Do every single animal eat seed? Alright, guess I have to buy more seed then. Oh, 190. I can get more money. Oh. Now I have more money. I can hold more shiny. What did Ah. So I have to do all the black trees. Maybe in the Kamiki village I can do this as well? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go back to Kamiki village and just get all the black trees possible. One main things though is as a feat of strength is being able to hold people. It's not easy. Being able to hold people? Oh. Sun fragment? Collect 3 of these bright fragments to extend solar energy by 1 unit. Oh, it's an HP up. Okay, okay. Oh, it's almost like Hollow Knight. I mean, albeit Hollow Knight requires 4. Amy is full. For me, it would be. Me already struggles with people of 50 kg and up. I don't think I can hold people up. Like, I have no strength. And Susano looks ripped. I'm sure Susano looks ripped. You know what? Yeah. Susano actually looks ripped. At least the physical appearance is, you know, acceptable. That's a nice little jingle. Oh, I should get more. Yeah, I should get more of these. Yeah. Now I have 4. Little fail person with little strength. I struggle just to like lift something that's above 20 kilo. It's difficult. There's a new brush standing in the bag. Now Amy, before you get all excited and forget what you're supposed to do, I have an important tip for you. Ready? Okay then. If you ever forget what to do next, press open the fan menu and take a look at the logbook. You'll find your journal there. Hey Amy, what about that weirded guardian sapling on the outer field? I bet you could revive it too. Alright, I know what to do. Your journal is a record of the important dialogue you've heard. It shows all the important info you have in that furry little head. Just dig up info the way I just showed you, and you'll be able to recall important things. Your adventure will be a lot easier if you remember this. Also remember, first things first. Bork, 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 bork. What? Did you just teleport? I keep getting a faint whiff of blossoms from the cave recently. A feeling of peace is like washing over my soul here, man. Good to know, man. Also, don't kill me, man. Yeah, screw those shopping bags, so heavy. I know, right? I hate them. Demon Fang. Guess I cannot do that. Demon Fang looks really cool. Nice. You can polish the floating scrolls. Yeah, I did that. But they don't die. I still have to fight them. They just don't move. Because at first I was like, oh, I can just cut the scrolls. And then I don't need to fight them. And then the game's just like, nope, you stupid. You stupid. Still have to fight. Godhood back to green. Oh, is it the bottom left? Oh, that's Godhood? What does Godhood even do? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the music is kicking in. Holy shit. Whoa. Whoa. Oh damn. Whoa, holy shit, that's cool. You know, to be honest, I never played this far on my PS3. That explains how slow it is with the PowerPoint slideshow gameplay. I never got this far. I don't even know what Blossom is. Wow, that nasty curse zone is completely gone. The plants and animals are back, and just feel that fresh breeze. Now that's why I call Great Divine Intervention. If you keep on dispelling the evil curse like this, I bet the gods of nature will lend you their powers. Oh, the music is nice! Yeah, Boneless Butthead. Thanks, Spot. Thanks, Spot, thanks. Whoa, Botspot is back? It must have a really slow console. Yeah, the game runs at like no joke, PowerPoint slideshow. That's why it's really slow. It takes 10 years. Well, not really, but you know, it's an exaggeration. But you get the idea. It runs so slow. Walking from point A to point B takes so long. That's so painful to play. Like back then, I really want to finish this game. I really want to. It's like, God. That's Sakuya Street, isn't it? Maybe she perked up cause you revive a Guardian sapling. 10 FPS and below? Ah yeah, I believe, yeah. It could be below 10 FPS. I love hearing Amy's theme outside of Okami. Ooh. Oh, is this Amy's theme? These are now the Valley of Cat Jam. The Valley of... Oh wait, Cat Jam's not showing anymore? Oh god, really? That's weird. It didn't have that problem before. Here, I know what to do. Let me refresh the chat box real quick, alright? Alright, it's refreshed. Now her theme only plays at the final boss, but you probably have heard it before from Marvel vs. Capcom. That's her. I mean, yeah, that's her theme, but that's a final boss theme? What? Oh, that's so far. A bit. Yeah, it's a bit of a spoiler, but it's okay. This... Yeah, her theme specifically. But I doubt because... like, her theme in Monster Hunter... in Marvel vs. Capcom is a little bit too electronic. Maybe there's something different about it. And like the original... There's no way that's the original version. They must have changed it. It sounds a little bit too EDM. It's a remix in... Yeah, okay, it's a remix. Good to know. Well, we can stop by and see her later. I mean, we're kinda on the roll here. How about we take a look around Shinshu Field first? You've been gone 100 years, right? A good run around the place would do you good. Monster Hunter vs. Capcom. The OG is playing in TVC. Shit, I don't know what TVC is. Fleeing battle. Fleeing battle? Can I even flee? Yeah, fleeing battle. The demon's grudges may take form as what is known as a demon scroll. Physically contacting these scrolls draws you to the demonic realm. You will doubtless find yourself under attack shortly thereafter. Battles can be desperate affairs. Often you may wish to avoid them. If you can find a crack in the demonic realm border, you can attack it, breach the border, and make your escape. Oh, that's what they are! Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. It's a versus Capcom series game that came out right before MVC3. Oh. I only play, you know what? For Marvel vs. Capcom, I only played Marvel vs. Capcom 3. There are sprout stakes in the previous area you came from. I dug 2 of them though. Oh, Traveler's Charm, alright. In the Hana Valley, you mean? Oh, this is save. Let's go. We want a Monster Hunter game with Capcom characters instead of monsters. That wouldn't be Monster Hunter, would it? doesn't sound like Monster Hunter. I want the Monster Hunter dating. So what is that? I want to see monsters in Marvel vs. Capcom actually. Yes, me too. I want to smoosh them. Yeah, I want to smoosh them. Hi, what is this? What? What's up with this old gate? I don't like the looks of it. It's just teeming with evil power. I can feel it. Still, you being a god and all, we can't just ignore it. What do you think, my furry friend? We're going through it or what? Oh, I'm gonna go through it? It's Rashomon. Rashomon! Oh, fuck. Oh, it's just you? Okay, lah. Oh, cool. Oh, there's more. Shit. Oh, get kicked! Oh, get kicked! Get kicked! Dude, jumping attack looks really cool. Hi. That's right. Let's go, E.T. We did it? Yep, we did it! That was perfect too. I wanna see how they'll translate the moveset into actual ABCS keys, right? Like a swipe, tail swipe, and then headbutt, and then launcher S. That would be so cool, though. And then I want to see loops. I want to see loops for Brachiosaurus, for Mike Tyson, maybe. Punch, punch, punch. But imagine fighting, for example, Cutman in Monster Hunter, same style and all. Cutman in Monster Hunter. Radiant Launcher is a tail flip, yeah. I heard of such gates before. They're called Devil Gates. Okay, those monsters got a lot of nerve building something like that. Let's tear them down whenever we find them. All right, cool. Enemy the gates. We did it. You wanna eat seeds? No. Oh, you wanna eat herbs? Finally, something that eats herbs. Mmm. Like an Ultra install? Oh, if they put Ultra in game? Wait, what if they replace Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Arcade Last Boss with Ultra? That's gonna be so cool though. Albeit we won't see much of Ultra. Funny I should say that. Is there a mod for it? No way. No fucking way. I refuse to believe. Not mod? What? Yeah! Shoryuken! Tatsumaki! Tatsumaki Senpu Kyaku! Kick him! That's so cool looking. But the final boss of TVC is a particular final boss of a different game. Huh? It's not Ultra, isn't it? Feedback. Now I just want to cut everything. No spoil, alright. Hi, what are you doing? Why are you doing push-ups here? No, you look like something is pushing you down? Ow, ow, ow. What's going on? Ida of the Duncan Express never strips up. I've fallen and I can't... I've fallen and I can't get up. Must be a curse. Hi. Yeah, it looks like a curse, no joke. I don't have time for falling over. People are waiting for mail. Those monsters must have set some kind of trap for me as a joke. Darn it. I knew I should have brought a traveler's charm. Oh, I have one. Do you need it? Hey, Pooch. That's a traveler charm you've got there, isn't it? Well, you're welcome. Oh, yes! I feel so light. My body feels as light as a feather. Thanks, Pooch. You saved me. Can't hang about. Gotta catch up with all my deliveries. What? That is a wonderful run cycle. That's all I can say about it. Kitty? Kitty? Hmm? Hey, can't love this statue's face. It's got the same blank expression as you. Catch? Do I want to catch up to him? Oh, this one looks mighty sus. There's a crack in this wall. Oh, no shit! There's a faint breeze coming through it. It might be worth a while to knock this wall down. Yeah. Can I cut this wall? Uh-oh. Oh shit. Bonk? You're sure fired up, Amy? You really think that hard head of yours is gonna bust the wall down? Yeah. Give the rest, Verbal. This wall ain't coming down that easy. I don't trust you, it's gonna go down. No, no. Okay, fine. Oh, hi. Get out of the way, coming through. I got a mountain load of letters to deliver. That walks like... Oh my god, it looks... It's so ridiculous, but so cool. Bye. Yeah, you're coming with me, bitch. Yeah. No, no delivery. Play. Only play, no delivery. Only play. Whoa! It's gone! Oh my god, am I the Wizard of Oz? Oh, hi. Hey, hey, hey. Catch. Oh, there's still Chinese New Year dance going on? Cool. I mean, sure, Chinese New Year is not over yet, but it's kinda rare to hear Chinese New Year dance right now. And so close to... Wait, no way this coming to our house, isn't it? Yeah, they're just driving by. Oh shit. Fish demon? Whoa! What am I looking at? Let's do it! We got a fish demon. Oh, it's so high up. Oh, are you? What are you doing? Oh my god. Well, someone just did a kamikaze. Okay, well, alright. Oh, another one of these. Hi. Super Pyrotechnist Tama's house? Smell that, Amy? That odor could only be from gunpowder. Hey, maybe it's for fireworks. That's kinda exciting. Ooh, I love fireworks. Probably gonna play more fireworks on the 50th of Chinese New Year. 15 day of Chinese New Year. Tree. Leaf pile. Cut. Well, I cut the wrong thing. Yeah, 15th of. How even? Sleeping like a log. Come back at night. Oh, you read that message. Guess wishes to come back tonight. Okay. 15th. That's easier. Oh, burb. Feed. Here goes seed. Praise me. Praise me. Cobalt 1 praise. You know, sometimes I feel like sometimes I feel like I'm too much for kobold. It's funny. Like, not saying that I don't fit. Like, I don't I like to act like, you know. I like to act like how Droxen looks. Know what I mean? But then it's kind of like I vibe with kobold that much. Like, way more. Like the kobold energy I exude sometimes. It's kind of scary to even to me. I hope that makes sense. Oh hey. Whoa. A vase. Vase whose unique beauty will surely outlast any flower. Didn't say what you do? Alright. I think it's almost night time. It looks like sunset. But I'll be right back to that place then. Yeah, found part of what makes you you. Yeah, Dad. Like, I would say 4 of my character represents a little bit of me, right? I think Droxen is just more of a quiet side of mine. Lingnong is more the outgoing side of mine. Stixia is more of a, no. Crave to be queen side of mine. And then Tira is more just call the dragon simping side of mine. How about that, right? I think that like, yeah, I think now that I look at it this way, it kind of feels that way. Yeah, it totally feels that way, totally. 花火. Ooh. Oh, you saw me? Shit. I know how you attack. Aha. The zoomies. Oh, hey, you're still delivering things? Wow. I'm glad you figured that all out. My friends often talk about how it represents part of personality. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Like a character, right? It sometimes feels like whenever I feel a little bit, when I feel something's missing, I just kind of like, yeah, let's make more character of mine. It's fun. Oh shit. Oh no, don't even try that shit. Maybe I can cut you down? What if I cut your wings? Oh my god! Okay, I am supposed to cut their wings, I guess. Their wings, I say. How about this one? There must be something else I can do about this. Or that. Me still has to get there myself. Me just feels like me. And I think that's valid too, honestly. You know, if you feels like you, that's pretty respectable. Or you can just easily tell that you are currently a lot of kobold. Quite obvious. Yeah, but it sucks when people keep asking what my sona is. Oh, that. Back then, yeah, I do suffer from it. Whenever people ask me that question, and then I ask them, oh yeah, I'm you know, my sona, my character is a hybrid of foxbird deer, but my energy just doesn't exude that energy, right? My energy just doesn't exude what a cryptid would feel like. But then again, you know, honestly, sometimes I just feel like maybe I'm thinking about this too much. That's my OC, right? That's my character. No matter the appearance, I can still behave like me if I feel comfortable, right? If I feel comfortable, a character is a character. I can act like, yeah. So if you landed with something that didn't quite feel like you. Funny thing is, back then, I vibe with you know, the feeling of mysticality, the feeling of being like a very unique creature. I feel that and I vibe with that so much. Back then I loved it. Now I like it. But I just love a kobold more. And a dragon too, right? So yeah, the feeling kind of changed a little bit in between. You know, when time passes, that feeling just kind of changed a little bit, right? A little bit. I'm more kobold now than anything. No, that can't be right. It shouldn't be doing that. What? No. I checked and double checked my formula. More? No. Hey, you there? Got a minute? Whoa, what's this little wisp doing here? Hey, who are you calling a wisp? I'm Ishin the Wandering Artist. Well. You're a little ball of fire, aren't you? I'm Tama. Tama, the Flaming Pyrotechnist. That's what they call me. Ooh, pyrotechnician. Pyrotechnist. Listen up, you two. I'm just about to set off a humdinger of a doozy. Take a look over the formula I posted on the wall there. Uh-huh. My whole career as a pyrotechnist has led to that formula, friends. It's for a little firework I've dubbed the Midnight Wonder Boy. The Midnight Wonder Boy. There's only one problem. Even though I know the formula is sound, it's not working right yet. I know. Listen up, pup. You've got good eyes. Fiery eyes. Smoldering eyes, even, dare I say. Maybe your red-hot glare is just what I need to set this off. Feast your eyes on the greatest display the world has ever seen. Hold on to your heads, kids. Here I go. The brightest constellation in the sky. The Midnight Wonder Boy. Ayo. Drunken Fist? Ayo. Oh wait, dot? No? Oh shit. What's the problem? Well, if at first you don't succeed, try to pull them again, I say. Missed the hint? What do you mean the hint? You two are in it for the long haul, are you? You've got guts, I like that. Ready to fire another one up? Bend down the hatches, kids, I'm going for it. The brightest constellation, the Wonder Boy. Is there supposed to be a hint somewhere in this one? Drunken Fist? Huh? Am I supposed to throw the cigar? Cigar? No? Oh, maybe I have to dot all the red dots.
Praise DA hint for the window. 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 Praise DA hint for the window.
No? Maybe just these two? 1, 2, 3? No? What? Cut them! Circling this one? What? Wee! For the win? Press the hint for the win. Also, is the tail fluff not supposed to stick to your tail? Yeah. It's supposed to stick to my tail, but I kinda messed up the rig. I'm not supposed to put the bone for the tail fluff, but I did anyway, and it messes this up. And it takes quite a bit to fix this one, so that's why I kinda just ignored it. The wind part was not a hint, by the way. This guy doesn't know how... Oh, shit. Okay, I see it now. Looks like a job for you, Amy. Do I just draw that? A circle in the line? Oh, okay, okay. I think I gotta draw that one. Let's go. I got this. Let's go meet that Wonder Boy. I got you. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Whoa! Oh, a dir? Oh my god. A butterfly? Holy smokes! Oh my god, happy Amy? That time I may have a few screws loose, but boy can he deliver. That night again. Can I now spawn bombs? I can get the wall! It's another constellation, Amy. Oh, it's a pig. A pig. This one and this one. There we go. It's a little bit off, don't worry about it. It's a pig! Oh shit. Hans. Put dots everywhere. Oh, okay, next one I'll do it. Ah, Amaterasu. Original, all that is good and mother to us all. Too often. Bakugami, alright. Baku? Fair enough. Too often. It is easy to forget that which we cannot see. Hidden away. I had lost track of you, but now my soul is at ease. At ease, not easts. I, Bakugami, god of explosive force, lend my power to your cause. Use the cherry bomb to lay waste to foes and obstacles alike. Oh, nice. Thank you. Hey, did another brush technique just come back to you? That was Bakugami, the god of explosions. His technique is called Cherry Bomb. Tama's enthusiasm must have awakened the god's power in you. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's give the Cherry Bomb a try. What about that cracked wall over there? Why did you try a Cherry Bomb on it? But be careful. You forgot to throw a Cherry Bomb? Looks like a bomb. You did it back at the Tama place, remember? What if I don't remember, Ishun? What if I don't remember, huh? Ever thought about it? Ever thought about it? I said a bomb. You forget already? It looks like a circle with a line sticking out of it. Oh. I said a bomb. How? Tell me. Shit. Okay, fine. I'll stop messing around. Ooh. Whoa, look at the hole. It blasted that cracked wall to smithereens. That cherry bomb is one destructive technique. I mean, just think of what it could do to monsters. It's gonna be tricky handling something that powerful. But I bet you'll be using it all the time once you master it. I can bomb the monsters? Oh my god. Treasure! Rat statue? Ooh. One of the 13 zodiac treasures. It is posed whimsically. Whimsical. Can't wait to blow enemies all the time. Yeah, me too. That means I'm gonna get more praise to upgrade the ink. Here, let's try it. Hey, you guys want this? Oh! Oh shit! They don't even stand a chance! One bomb is all it takes, one bomb. Oh shit. That was a speedrun strat, isn't it? Go look for Tama again. There's a few monsters where the cherry bomb is finishing touch. Is it the fish? Hi, are you okay? I'm burnt out. Doesn't look like he'll be up anytime soon. What the fuck? Ooh. 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 I should go eat butt or something. Oh, Narix. Wow. That's straightforward. I didn't know you were gonna eat butt. Wow. Also have good lunch, Narix. Go eat lunch is like at that time. It's 4:30. Oh my god. Go eat late lunch. Oh my god. They enjoy the creative thing that is this game. Yeah, this game is heckin' great so far. Like, I know I have a lot of nitpick about this game, but it's all just good and fun. I love this game, honestly. And also, there's a lot of dumb things that I did. You know, the drying pole. Especially the drying pole. Wait, where's the other crack? Is it here? Oh yeah, look, there it is. Oh, feed. Eat this. There's more dumber things the further you play. Oh, nice. Now that's what I like to hear. Fight! One bomb coming up. Hey, man. Wee! Oh! Ow? Oh, maybe I should have bombed the fish before the fish bombs me. Yeah, probably. Yeah, no excessive finishing touch on the monsters. I don't get Demon Fang that way, but it's fun. You know, I get one shot bomb everything. Oh hey. Exorcism. Paper depicting all holy incantation. Slightly damages nearby enemy. Slightly damages? This is a guardian statue, but I don't think anyone's been here in years. It's in pretty bad shape. I feel kinda sorry for it. Why don't you leave an offering? What offering can I leave? What do you mean, offering? No? Not... Yeah, tree? Can I grow multiple trees? Oh my god, I can grow multiple trees. We had the same idea. What kind of offering can I get? Oh, do I just like rejuvenate, clean it up? God damn it, no. Not rejuvenate? Huh? Do I not cut you? Oh wait, I can. Oh, is it like the... Wait, no. No. I'm trying to do like... Is it not? Just give flower? What? I'm not... I'm not stupid, am I? Do you want that much flour around you? Whoa. Do you want me to spoil? Is it possible to give tips to this one? Like hints or some shit? Can I already give offering to... Can I already give offering to this? Or am I too early? You have a good hint? Oh shit. It's not a drawing. Oh. Items? You want a traveler charm maybe? Hmm? You want this? Oh fuck. Well, what was I thinking then? I mean, of course, I'm just using. I need to get offering to give offering. So I have to find the offering to give it to me. Okay, so I. Guess I have to find the offering first, huh? Much broader but closer? Kitty? Kitty? Do you have offering? Nice moves, Pooch. Nice moves. Show me your moves. It is like you were on a straight line before that lead nowhere. Now it's like you're in the maze with one right direction somewhere. My spell to you is offering combat like this. Catches you combat like that. Okay. So I guess I cannot do anything about it for now. What would I want to do again? I got bomb. Why? kicked. Didn't mean to do one too many hits. The fun part, exploring, fair. More gates. I'm going in. Just gonna spam bombs. Who wants bomb? A big one. Oh yeah. That feels so fucking good. Bombs. Oh shit. Bombs gives more money. Oh, hey. Bunai? Should just re-download this. You could. Do I have herbs to eat seeds? Okay, fine. Nameless man's kiln. It's a big old kiln for firing pottery. Guess somebody works here. Nameless man? Oh, is it the... I bet they could make some sweet pottery in the kiln like this. The Nameless Man.
Well, like Popeil, Bad Bunny, with carrots.
Bun? Like Popeye? I keep a faint whiff of blossoms from the cave recently. A feeling of peace is like washing over my soul here, man. Hey, you have a kiln! You should play somewhere else, man. Don't spoil the harmony. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to go back to Kamiki, right? Nice. Are you a merchant? Now let's see, what am I doing here again? Oh yes, I took shelter under this guardian sapling when I heard that terrifying sound before, like a monster growling. Well, this is perfect, it's fate. Why did I set up shop here? You know where to come when you're stand shopping, right, Pooch? Ah yes, I don't know if you'll understand this, but here goes. I'd like to ask you a favor. It'll be a cinch with your nose. If you sniff out any nice balls or dishes lying about, don't just leave them to rot away, bring them to me, would you? If you turn up any treasures that are worth a bit, I'll pay you. Treasures? You found anything like that, Amy? If you did, you should just sell it. I mean, what are you gonna do with stuff like pots and dishes? It's hard to sell stuff you work so hard to get, but don't worry, all the treasures you collect will be cataloged in the fan menu. What are you mumbling about? Have you got some things for me? Yeah. Oh. Nothing much I want to buy, honestly. Oh! Here, you can have these. Do you want exorcism slip? Here, you can have this. Give me money. Yeah! Thanks for money. Thanks for shiny. Oh yeah, I can check the... a logbook. Okay, stop by and see her later. You know why I feel so down recently? Can I say the same? Like, I never say this, but Honestly, I can't even catch a bit of a sleep lately. Not only with nightmares, but you know, stuff. But yeah, I feel you, Narix. But I hope me here can help you feel a little bit less down. Well, it doesn't help if I feel down as well. But still. Right, we chill, we chill. Cuddle the nightmares away. I hope I can cuddle the nightmares away. Never tried cuddle. I want to try it someday. I honestly don't like the cold rainy weather. Oh, you and me is different about that one. I want my warmth back. It's so warm here. It's so hot. It's totally different. I love rain like crazy. Guys, I want money. Alright, I want money. But massive hugs to you, Narix. Hope you feel better soon. I want my warmth back! Ah, I think I know what to do with this. Just draw flowers. I can draw with triangle, it seems to cover a lot more. Oh shit. Yeah, triangle seems to cover a lot more. Look at that. I'm walking to Makan now in the rain holding umbrella. Whoa. Be safe, be careful. Alright, time to feed the pigs. There, eat seeds. There you go, you're welcome. Oh yeah, I need to feed the bunai at the kiln. At the kiln. Let's go find the bunai. While watching you. Oh god, look at the road. Oh yeah, I just realized in Singapore has like a pedestrian roadway, right? Like a road specifically for pedestrian, for walking. That's what I'm trying to say. Because in Malaysia we have that, but it's all used by motorcycles, which is kind of stupid. You know, motorcyclists just use that one. It's like, yeah, it's our road. And then they'll honk at people. It's like, hey, bitch! Apa kamu buat? And then it's like, okay, fine. This is supposed to be a pedestrian road. Like, good gods, man. It's a shame it can't be placed as fast. Make a child with hours of cuddling. I hate to say it, but yeah. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like I kind of want to try out cuddling with someone that I trust. But it's okay though. I'll manage. Isn't that the nameless man? Or is there like another nameless man around here? Can I get in? Oh shit, I cannot. Alright. I fed the bunai. Let's go back to Kamiki village. Where is Kamiki village? There's Akata forest? Oh, I can do... Oh, there's Kamiki village. Okay. Oh, simple enough. Link's very recommended from me and trust too. Totally. Like, I want to cuddle with people that I trust, but it's kind of hard for me because I don't easily trust people. Motorcyclists would gonna go if they on the pedestrian walkways. Ganina road so big. Road on pathway similar. You tell them in Malaysia they don't care, I think. they think they own the pedestrian road. They'll honk the people that's walking on the pedestrian road. They'll honk. There was once in Sunway Pyramid area, I was walking on the pedestrian road, and the then the biker just like honked me because I was wearing headphones and walking my way home. They honk me because I'm walking on a pedestrian road. Well, fuck you then. What a shithead, honestly. It doesn't even help the fact that I already hate motorcycles, and then motorcyclists do that just makes me hate them even more. Not all though, right? I do know that some of my friends is a motorcyclist. So yeah, not all. But most stranger that's a motorcyclist or biker, god damn. Right? Bicycles do similar stuff here. Not all, but some get angry when they have to stab them. And it's so weird. This place looks like a ritual or some shit. Oh, I can sell this! For money! Let's go back to Kamiki village. It's here, right? Yeah, it's here. Oh, tree. Nice. It's all orange? Can just throw. How small can I get? Okay, maybe not that small. What? There we go. It's kind of hard to draw with analog stick. Can I draw with mouse? Oh, with mouse it's much more easier. Look at how much I can cover with the speed of the mouse. I'm gonna cover the whole road with trees. Whoa! Drawing around at the speed of mouse. Mouse is fast. Way fast. Cut the tree, cut the tree, cut the tree. Heading back to the village already? Check your map again. We haven't seen everything there is to see. Really? Oh shit, that's a lot. Okay. Besides, a lot of things changed in 100 years. You should explore the whole area very carefully. Sounds good. See? Alright. I didn't know. Let's go. Wonder if that has anything to do with people who use bicycle and motorcycle get honked and yelled at when they're using the road. I mean, probably. Usually I won't honk at them or like yell at them if they're a motorcyclist that knows basic decency. How do I explain basic decency? You know, don't drive on the highway on the right side or on the middle. Okay, so I met with this way too many times. So there's like a two-way, not a one-way road, but two lanes, right? So usually that, and then the motorcyclists will usually drive in the middle of the road, in the middle of two roads, at the speed of like what, 30? Highway! I'm met with that so many times. I'm so pissed every time I look at them. It's like, god fucking damn it, man! Please drive normally. I hate that. Like, god. I don't know what's with them. People have problems with pathing because you're not supposed to drive in the middle because sometimes people want to change lanes for the sake of cutting a slow car, but you're in the middle blocking everything. and driving at a speed of 30 at most km per hour. That's insane. I have so much problem with that all the time. The people in the middle also play hallways and such. Yes, I agree with that too, especially when shopping, right? Especially in shopping, and then I'm like pushing this big ass shopping cart around, right? Please, for the love of God, walk at the side as much as possible, because the world doesn't revolve around you. We need to use the road to browse around the items as well. Yeah, for the love of God, man, Jesus, this shit pisses me off so much every damn time. Right, the basics of shit, they don't get it. I hate that. Like, my God, yeah. Hi. Do you sell more things? No, but I can sell you something. Where is it? Here. Oh, 5,000! Imagine having common sense. I hate to say it, but when shopping, I'm not gonna say all, but it's very sad to say most auntie has the least common sense of all time when shopping. They will literally just park their shopping cart in the middle of the road, and then with so much as to touch it, to move it around, to help them, push them to the side, I get yelled at. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm trying to help you be a responsible people trying to shop, and I get yelled at. Thanks. I fucking hate that. I'm getting worked up. Like, no shit. I'm getting worked up. I just hip check the I'm trying to hip check it, but it's in the literal middle of the cross section. It's like, God. They literally do. They literally go like, "Eh, apa kamu buat ni? Jangan." It's like, don't, right? Don't touch my cart. Like something like that. It's like, ah, fuck. Life sucks when I meet with people like that. This is life, huh? It's great to be clutching my axe again. See this kiln, friend? It disappeared when the curse struck. My workshop is my pride and joy. I'm stoked to have it back. I'm actually an artist communing with nature on a deep level, man. I can hardly wait to start firing up some plots again. Done it before. Auntie tried to tell me off. I don't get it. We are trying to help them, and then they think that we are trying to steal their shit. It's like, I don't care about your goddamn item that's on your goddamn shopping cart that has not have been paid. I don't care about that shit. All I care is that you are blocking the whole goddamn pathway, you stupid shit. Ooh. Fuck, that pissed me off so much. Oh my god. Dude, I am so worked up right now. You know, you know what? Sometimes my family does that as well. And then I just help park their shopping cart elsewhere, you know, on the side, so that we don't block the other people. 你自己左頂，你自己左頂，唔是歪事。係咯。Other people wants to walk, man. We like they are the one being like they are the one 左頂. We're helping them being less 左頂, and then they yell at us like, fuck, man, jeez. Oh, what's going on? Oh shit. Let me cut off your wings. They are not bombing. Auntie gave me Pikachu face when I said that. 呢個幾左定啊嗬 Yeah. We're just trying to be respectful. We didn't even say any like Ganina or some shit. Cut them off of me? Oh, okay. I'll try that. Why can't people handle not being weird with that? When we try that with family, they just start yanking my card to them. At least my family don't. At least my parents don't do that when I push their cart to the side. I don't get why do they like to block off pathways so much. It's like why? People need to walk around and browse the items around the browsing sections, and then you're just like blocking everything. It's like why? Nice. Here comes the bomb. Here comes the bomb. Fuck. Oh shit. Yeah, that's right. Nice, that feels great. Zoomies! It's especially great when they see you. Hurry a ton to be in front of you to then stop. Me trying out new McD Char Grilled Chicken Shaker. Wow! 爆椒. I never use the word 爆椒 because as much as I like being jiao to stuff, at the same time I'm kind of terrified of being jiao to stuff, so I never use 爆椒 in my entire life. It's the first time you say 爆椒and it's so weird. It's oh shit. Oh god, that cracks me up, sorry. What a pretentious sign. Amy, this here's the dojo. It's where people come to learn sword fighting and martial arts. 射技师空. But who knows if they'll train you here? Maybe if you're a good wolfie, they'll teach you a trick or two. Cool. Am I a good wolfie? I'm a good kobo. Give me something good. Pigs eat seeds as well? Cool. Alright. Here's your jiao. Thanks. I appreciate the jiao. Oh, it's burning. Hi. Is this not fire hazard? I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's totally fine. Can I just... No? How about... I mean... Wee! Did that douse it? Nice. That didn't douse it. Oh, well, I'm curious. Can I get like a fried pork out of this? Can I get a stir fried pork out of this? Here we go. Oh. They're dead! Oh, they didn't die. Okay, okay. Here, let me bring an offering to 射技司空. Hi. You know, fire hazards are rumors. Don't believe everything the fire hazard experts tell you. No. fire hazards are not rumors. Discreet. PSA, alright? Don't play around fires that are very dangerous. Everything said here is a joke. Wow, what do we have here? It looks like I have an adorable lupine visitor. My name is Onigiri Sensei, and this is my dojo. Hi, look at you. Fighting Master Onigiri Sensei. Methinks you enjoy the samurai doggo in the home instance in Genshin. He parries everything you do. Can I... Is there like a... Can I play as a samurai doggo in Genshin? And I can parry everything? Oh, I might want to play it. Oh god. I mean, it's not dragon per se, but... Hey, it's Genshin. What business could a wolf like yourself have at a dojo like this? And certainly you haven't come to study the fighting arts with yours truly. Not a new combat move? Yeah, what can I... Haha, I like your card of your jib, my furry friend. I very much like to while away the hours that I play with you, but I'm afraid that this place is far too dangerous for creatures like you. That is, of course, unless you can cover the training fee. 4 wins? Dude, look at how much money I have. Now, as a companion, you can plop, so I don't play. Ew. Yeah. No. I'll be a monkey's uncle. You got the cash, have you? I see. I suppose I have no choice. I'll do as you wish and allow you to enroll in my dojo. Ah, ooh. Oh shit, what's going on? Oh my god. Dude, I love you so much. Yo, look at that. Wow. Are you mentally prepared to handle the ultimate challenge? Step inside to test your might. Does your fear cause you to hesitate? Step inside and let the training begin. Do not incite my wrath. You missed. Alright. You mean a new Genshin player or not? Nah, I don't think Genshin fits me. Let the lesson begin. We'll practice the 4 winds reflector technique. Take these tips to heart and remember that as you train. 4 winds reflector technique tips. First, press begin attack. Press rapidly in succession. Time it well. I'm just spamming. Repeat until you connect 4 consecutive reflector hits. This combo makes short work of enemies and looks good too. Well, did you understand? Yeah. Very well then. I'll give you this technique scroll. Check it when you forget what it means to be a warrior. Understand it with your body as well as your mind. On guard! Oh shit. Here? Good job. Not bad. Keep it up. Oh my god. Great job. You gonna do it again? Not quite. Put more energy into it. Dude, you can be a psychic. Onigiri Sensei, please. Put me back together. Dude, I should bring Onigiri Sensei with me when I get crushed by a dragon. Oh. Is that all the strength you can master? Oh god. I'll do it for you! Great job. Yes, let the warrior spirit burn bright! Can I not hit Onigiri? That's enough for now. Very impressive. You have shown me a warrior spirit. You mustn't neglect that spirit. Train every day to keep it strong. You may go now. Show these foul creatures the true nature of a warrior. Yeah. Oh, did you just give me a treat? Oh my god, thank you. Amaterasu's favorite snack. Yeah, I remember this trick with jumping attacks. There's actually 6 hits on the jumping attack.
You finally play this legendary game, you silly baka.
Silly Baka? Oh, Ducky, hi! Welcome in, it's been a while. Yeah, I'm finally playing this legendary game. I'm having a blast so far. Great. I should bring out the... Okay, fine. Intensity fuck. Intensity fuck. When I'm doing art, I say that? Wow. Intensity fuck. And now, eh? Listen, Wolf, gaining experience in the single skill is admirable, but you must never lose the drive for self-improvement. I pray that you do not forget that. Class dismissed. That's not why it's burning somehow. Sometimes I don't know why I utter words like that. Oh, I see you're still here, my Lupine pupil. Do you wish to delve further into the fighting arts? Oh yeah. Give me a gracefully move out of harm's way. Oh, I get a dodge? So you once again choose to try your hand at the fighting arts? I suppose I have no choice. I'll do as you wish and allow you to enroll in my dojo. But I must warn you, I won't hold back this time. Ah, oh! Let's do it. Henshin! This is the coolest shit ever. Even the shirt changes as well. Wow! Are you mentally prepared to handle the ultimate challenge? Step inside to test your might. Alright, I'll do it. You missed. Let the lesson begin. We'll practice the Fleetfoot God technique. Take these tips to heart and remember them as we train. Alright, Fleetfoot. Press quickly to without press R2 quickly and without hesitation. In doing so, you can quickly bound out of the way of incoming attacks. You will move in the direction you push the left stick. You can instantly execute the dash immediately following a jump. Oh! Leap away from impending danger. Well, do you understand? Heck yeah. I'll grant you this tactic scroll. Check it when you forget what it means to be a warrior. Alright. This technique can only be mastered by the best. It is not something to be learned. You must have the innate ability. Train until your muscle ache, then train some more. Whee! Whoa! Wait, there's no moves like this in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, right? Oh, it is truly graceful. Oh yeah, I can execute the dash afterwards. Yeah, you're right. Oh, are you afraid, you pussy? Are you afraid? Oh god. I'm just jumping. Slightly above your height. And you're afraid. Oh, look at you. Look at you, Onigiri Sensei. Marvel at the height of my jump. What am I doing? Why am I so aggressive today? Nope. Oh, sad. Oh, hi, Taro. How are you doing? Well, come in. Oh, I can backdash. Whee. The app still doesn't show people redeeming stuff, figures. Yeah, I get that. The phone app doesn't do that, and I hate it. Yeah, if everything gets translated into FVC3, it's gonna be way too much. Had enough, eh? Listen, Wolf, getting experience to single skills admirable. Thanks, Sensei. Ariga, thanks for the lesson, Sensei. There's no more, right? Yeah, there's no more. You saw the fire redeem on your phone? Whoa! Wait, my phone never shows redeem. And I hate it so much. It's so weird. It's like, there's a lot of things happening when I'm watching someone else's stream, and then I was like, who did that? What did they redeem? What is that? Horse? Horse eat seed? Oh, fuck. Horse eat herbs? Okay. It's random on whether it shows or not. Today it doesn't. I think to me it never shows, and that's why I say I don't like app. It's weird. Alright, there's more place I can go. What if I bomb you? Oh, boo. Wee. Oh wait, I should just... Yeah, keep it short. That works. Ooh, treasure! Feeding? Oh, dude, I've been doing that for years. Here, have seeds. Majors hopes people don't think me an ass when me doesn't greet them because of that. Look, Pinky, if people think that you're an ass for not greeting them, when you're not greeting them, then I'm an absolute dick already. Because I never really greet someone, and because I'm just terrified. But yeah, I never really like greet someone when I'm not streaming. Like if I'm in the chat, yeah, I'll remain very quiet. I'll use triangle for this. I love how the words are sprouting out. It's like over here, this one is aku. This one is like yummy. Bomb. That's my favorite thing to do. You want bomb, you're gonna get bomb. I'll use triangle for the bomb. Ooh. Coral fragment, nice. Hunk of coral said to have been brought to the Dragon Palace. There's a Dragon Palace? I'm gonna go to the Dragon Palace. There's more things here. I wanna see dragons. Akata Forest Port. The ferry between Shinsu Field and Akata Forest docks here. The ferry used to run frequently, but it's been out of service ever since the water level dropped. So, do I need to fix the tide or some shit? Oh god. Alright, it's nighttime again. Looks like a big swim. I don't think I can reach that one. Oh, it's a bad idea. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh shit, go. Don't. Oh my god, this is not good for the heart. All right, guess I'm not going there. And do I get one place? Palace. Krazoa Palace. It says this is Lake Harami, you know, from the Legend of Nagi. But it's kind of lost its luster. Probably because the great Nagi's descendant is Susano. Yep. Oh, there's something down there. Durugarun. Where's Paris? There's so many of this statue. Krazoa Palace. Oh. Yeah. I like that jingle. What is this place? Moon Shrine. People purify themselves here before visiting the Moon Cave. Oh, the Moon Cave? Orochi should be there, right? Time to find 99 more of those. I did find a few, I think. Where do I check it? Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. I was shit. Pepe love. Hi. Oh? Oh? The dogs that are like zoomies. Oh dear me, this is awful. What do you mean it's awful? Priest of Moon Shrine Mika. Ah, a most welcome guest has wandered into our shrine. Your timing is immaculate, Wolf. I must speak to you. Outside is Lake Harami, Nippon's largest lake. In the middle of it, there was an old shrine called the Moon Cave, but it's completely disappeared, vanished into thin air. It enshrines the wicked demon that Nagi and Shiranui once defeated. It housed Tsukuyomi, the fabled sword that keeps the demon at bay. That demon. The demon. Its name was... No, I'll be cursed if I say it. We all know it's Orochi, don't worry about it. Orochi is hot, come on man. Anyway, the point is, what on earth has happened to the shrine? It's got up day and night by the Tao Master Waka. On the one occasion he has to go back to the city, this happens. Oh dear. Lately there have been monsters haunting these parts as well. Those mischief-making monsters are the worst. I expect this is their doing. Well, maybe not this time, but they still need to be dealt with. I already prepared a wanted list for them. Wow, aren't you? What? Onimaru the incorrigible, Biwamaru, Akuzo, Izo Toya? The gods may have marked all those wanted monsters with a sign. You know as soon as lay eyes on them. However, they are very cautious. They only come out at night. Oh. Will you go put this list up somewhere obvious, Wolf? I'm sure some brave soul will step up to the challenge. May the gods protect you always. Hey, this is a sweet job for us, Amy. Let's keep this list handy and take care of all those mischief-making monsters ourselves. I mean, we're gonna run into them whether we like it or not, so we might as well collect the reward too. Anyway, seems they only come out at night. Let's give it a shot. And it's nighttime now. Oh, I'm a bounty hunter now? Shit. Alright, let's go. I'm a bounty high? Oh, wow, okay. What's with this monster? It's got an exorcising arrow stuck in it. The exorcising arrows are sacred relics for driving away evil. That means somebody really wanted to get rid of this monster. Come on Amy, finish it off. Don't let it get away. Oh, I won't. Oh, I won't. Oh, don't worry, I'm way ahead of you. Defeated with a bomb. Easy GG no re. Whee. That was one of the monsters from the monster notebook. And we just happened to find it. Boy, you never know what you'll find next. You know that monster notebook you have? Well, you can cross out the wanted monster you've taken care of. The monster you just finished off is on the wanted list. Go ahead and strike the name off on the list with your brush. That was Akuzo the Interloper. No, not that name. Strike out the name of the monster you just finished up. Why would you tell me about it? It's Mika Monster's Notebook. What? Still trembling with excitement or something? Cross the name out with a straight line from left to right. Yeah, I'm sure it's Biwamaru the Vandal. Wrong again, Furball. You're supposed to strike out the... Thank you, Ishu. You're supposed to strike out Toy out of the short temper. Alright, okay. You have the short temper. Come on, man. Yay! That's one less monster. At this rate, it won't be long before you can cross them all out. Once you defeat all the wanted monsters, go see the priest. Maybe he'll give you a reward. So do I just roam around this place to get all the monsters? Whoa. Huh? We passed under the shrine gate and followed the narrow path. So where the heck's the moon cave? It should be right here. What's with that big old mountain over there? Since when did that appear in the middle of Lake Harami? They say the moon cave is where Nagi slew the legendary beast.
The incorrigible, by Walmer the Vandal,
By
Iso the Interloper, Iso the String Cutter, Toy of the Short Temper.
It's so fun. Why is the Chinese one reading that one? The Chinese TTS reading it. But the huge mountain is way too big for the moon cave I remember. I mean, just look at it, it's massive. Is it because it's actually Orochi, it's not a mountain? I think it's optional, don't recall. It should be optional, especially with things like bounty hunting and appears with a chance and not guaranteed. Usually things like this should be optional, right? Usually. But this is how I feel about bounty hunting. It's a fun thing to do, honestly. But sometimes the grind can get a little bit... that looks bad. Oh, fuck. Yeah, what the heck? There's some kind of barrier here. Never seen one so powerful before. We'll be better off staying away from this thing. Oh, yeah? Have you tasted the bomb, though? Oh, yeah? Oh, shit. Not even the bomb? Oh god, it is too strong. Well, I'm off. Hi again, Roxas. Oh my god. Ooh, the sun is shining directly on my face. Oh god. Well, Amy, I think we've seen about all there is to see here in Shinshu Field. Maybe it's time we checked in on Sakuya back in the Kamiki village. Think it become Rainbow Badge? Yeah, if you sub for 1.5 year, you'll get it. You're now gay. I mean, Rainbow's cool. I like Rainbow. But you already pan. Oh. There's a check-in mate for you, Roxas. Check and mate. Bam! No, stop flying. Pinky has been subby for 1.5. No, I'm the subby one. Did I say so? No, I'm the subby one. I need to be stopped. No, it's morning already? I haven't seen... I want to find all the bounty hunting. Phrases. One bomb. Wee. Droxen has been Pinky Daddy for... Excuse me? No way, man. Yeah, mummy. I mean, not even mummy. Like, how can I be mummy? Or even daddy, or mummy, like, no! I'm like a baby at best. Oh. Different music now? Mummy redeem. Mummy is my snake, alright? Was this the village just bustling with activity? Wonder what's going on. Ooh. Oh, been sent to do the shopping, have you, pup? Snake titties. Do some shopping? Yeah, why not? You wanna have this? Will it be super caring? Mammy milkers. At this point, I'm gonna make an AD account and I'm gonna make an AD account. Well, soon. Not immediately. I don't even have like much to show. Like I even had one, I don't have one. Like I don't even have one. People People Christ. gonna hold the what do you call it again? 十字架叫什么啊？我忽然间忘记了。You know the thing where you hold up that's like a 10? In Chinese word 10? A T. A T. I know what it is. Yeah, something like that. Where you hold it, it's like... Hi. Ah, what a joy to see life returning to the land. Just 12 more to go. We will be blessed with a miracle when all the trees are in bloom. Oh. Holy symbol? No. And not tell you. Fuck. I know what it is. I know what it is. I don't know what to call it. I forgot its name. I should know. Ow, fuck. I should know. I play Phasmophobia. It's an item in us. It's a phylum in Asmophobia. No, my brain's gonna rot. Jia. Jia. Hayabusa. I'm brought under the dog, Kushi. Hi. Why are you pushing me? Oh shit, is this speedrun strat? No! That's sad. Oh no, she hates me now? This is the music old Mr. Orange does his dance to. Ah, takes me back. He used to dance like that every single day. How many years has it been since the leaves blew about like this? It's nice to see our sacred tree, Konohana, in such good health. Ah, Mr. Orange's dance? It reminds me of my childhood. He could make any withered old tree spring into bloom with that, but he gave up dancing a long time ago now. He said it was because the power of the gods had weakened. You find him at the sacred desk up on the hill, a deck on the hill. He'll be back later and ask you again. Okay. Eek! Oh, you scared me. It's okay. I'll zoomies right in front of you. Zoomies. Wee. Now that's a takeover whole digging king. I can't believe it. Our sacred tree Konohana covered in leaves. Should be a good season for my turnips too then, I guess. Hayabusa. I can feed Hayabusa to eat fish.
15加32 72 负667 3 1997 3638 15横线2 2
15横线2 2 15加3 32逗号7 You're welcome, Hayabusa. Consume your lunch, dinner. That's okay. It's it's fast, right? But still very fast though. Wee! Whoa! Wee! Dancing into the room. Wee! You like this theme? Me too. It's so good. No, if his mama catches you snacking, she'll clobber you good. But what if I want to though? If I cannot, no one can have it. Yeah! Yeah, bomb! Wee! It's like theme. It is a theme, isn't it? Oh, Chimkin? Now Chimkin eats fish. Chicken eats fish. Oh, nice camera angle. Watermelon? I consumed watermelon. Sweet and juicy fruity treat. Do you guys know watermelon is my favorite food? Now you know. Huh? You plan on drinking some sake or something? Why not? Imagine seeing a wolf feeding your livestock with a bowl full of seeds. Whoa. This must be where she ages the sake. Smells good, doesn't it? Yeah. Can I get in? Yeah. Can it open? Oh, I could try that. It's mine! It's mine! What did I cut? Oh, wow! I didn't mean to cut. Ooh, hey! Mmm, smells like her. Boing. Oh, wait, what if I bomb it? I forgot about that I can bomb. Let's do a very big one. Here, let me hold this button. Where's the bomb? Where did the bomb go? Maybe if I draw the tiniest bit of bomb. Wait, what? I guess I cannot spawn the bomb here? Alright, fine. Ooh, I cannot wait to listen to all Okami's music as well. They all seem so nice. They all sound super nice. So now I just need to blossom all the black trees, right? Hey, you and me, we're gonna go do it. Oh, wait. Oh, that works. Is it weird that I feel hungry now? Maybe it's because like for the past few days I've been quite I didn't sleep well and I'm just hungry. Yeah, it feels like I'm like I need extra energy to fight off the sleepiness a little bit. Which is weird, right? Because I had nightmares for about 2 days straight, I believe. Which is not normal. But then again, yeah, it happens. Right? It happens. It's not gonna be like all smooth sailing, I believe. Did I do it? I think I did it. Sammy doesn't know how to fix sleep. Do you have one of those masks that covers the eye? No, I don't have those. I want more ink. Hi, Olin. At last. At last. At last. The answer to all my prayers. All the village trees have sprung back to life. It is time to harness the power that dwells within the good earth. Yes, it is time for the Konohana Shuffle. I shall summon back the spirit of the divine tree Konohana. Are you gonna dance now? Hoi! Sake of Valor. But first, I must break my vow of temperance. I shall gingerly sip the sake, and soon we shall see blossoms. Glug glug glug. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh yes, yeah, whoa. Hey, Grams, you okay? You got a real weird look in your eyes. Snowball Ishin, what you're about to see is the stuff of legends. Okay. Behold, the secret of secrets. I give you the Konohana Shuffling. Oh, do I need to do something? Whoa. Whoa, really? Damn. Oh! I got you, Grams. Yo, I got you. I got you, Grams. Don't worry about it. Oh, Buck. No. Grams, no! I'm sorry. It didn't work. Not even a bit. The tree was supposed to become a blaze of blossoms. Is the Konohana shuffle nothing but a sham? No, it cannot be. I won't give up. I shall keep dancing till Konohana blossoms. Once again, the secret of secrets to Konohana shuffling. Game is loud. Oh shit. Is it too loud? Oh god. Maybe I could lower the voice a little bit, I guess. It's probably during the shuffle that it's kind of loud because now it's like nothing. Oh no. Okay. Oh, you just open the game. Okay. I'm gonna use my skill for this. Look at this. I'm cheating. I'm activating Game Shark. Check this out. Oh. Check this out. Oh yeah, perfect. Oh yeah. The power. Damn, Grams, holy shit, that was great. Oh, you look different. Ah, great Amaterasu. Sakuya? You're alive and you, look very nice. Little bug friend, I see you are full of spunk as always. I also owe this elderly gentleman my deepest thanks. What bravery! Mere words cannot express the depths of my gratitude. Oh wow, you look... If only she's a dragon. Thanks to you all, I have been restored and re-energized. Amy. Of course. Yeah, too bad she's not. Of course, the one who deserves my thanks and respect the most is none other than the glorious god Amaterasu. Praise be to you. There's nothing for me to simp for. At least give me some dragons. I cannot guarantee that it will mean salvation for all of Nippon, but if we restore the guardian saplings spread about the land, you too will benefit from the power that results. I will remain in Kamiki, praying for your mission's success. How I look forward to gazing upon you again. May the fresh scent of flowers protect you always. Nice. Oh, new power? Oh. Can I just like... Oh, that's cool. How did I do it? How did I do it? How did I do it? How is that even? How is that even? No fucking way. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hasugami? Ooh. Amaterasu, origin of all that is good and mother to us all. Long have I hidden myself here among the nature of Kamiki. But the time has come for I, Hasugami, proud member of the Hanagami trio of Flora gods, to reveal myself. May my power be of assistance on your grave quest. Thanks, Hasugami. Lian? Oh, Lianhua! Is it gonna be water lily? Because it's Lianhua, eh? Holy smokes, that was Hasugami! It is water lily! Oh my god! With the water lily power, you can create lily pads on water. Oh, that means that I can walk on water now? Ooh. You can use them to cross any body of water. Let's try it out. Come on, this way. You're not basically a sea creature? Oh, totally. Ooh, I've been eyeing that treasure chest out there for some time. Why don't you create some lily pads here? Make them like stepping stones all the way to the. I read that as shit. I don't know why. I read that as shit. Island. The water lily brush technique creates lily pads on water. All you gotta do is draw circles on the water. Come on, Furbo, let's see your work wonders with a brush of yours. Draw circles on water, eh? Well, you don't have to tell me twice. Nice! Easy. But I thought it would be bigger than that. Hey, wipe that smirk off your face, Furball. At least we don't have to worry about getting wet anymore. I know. Now that you have this new power, let's use it to travel a bit further out of the village. Remember the waterway leading to the forest that I told you about? Oh, is it the Akata thing? Our little Sakura is back to her old peppy self, but there are still lots of garden saplings that haven't blossomed. Oh, hidden stuff, eh? Hasugami. Ooh, I just need one more. The size doesn't scale to how much you use, so if I draw like... Oh, okay, like, you know what, that's fair. Sun Fragment 2! Too small? No. Oh god. What's with that broken texture? Or like the outline? Nitrate quickly before the hiccup wins. Okay. It's just very accentuated cell shading. True that. The game revolves around calligraphy and brush strokes, etc. Yeah, the game is very like malpy. Calligraphy. I'm gonna go look at Susano. Is Susano here? Are you Slibbin? Oh wait, you're not here. Holy shit. Where did they go again? What kind of weirdo sleeps underground? Oh, he's not hiding because he's scared of the monsters. The greatest warrior who has ever lived here. Destroy. Destroy the sequel. Susano is like Nagi plus. Nagi plus? What you said? Is this like... Why does it look like that? Why is your Okami looks like that? Why do your Amy look like that? But this is Susano, so it's like Nagi plus plus. Yeah, that's a little take. Why does Okami look so realistic? So much percent. Oh, the original concept. Oh, ooh, all in. Nothing to eat here. Are you sure? Oh wait, can I? Oh, I totally can. There's nothing here though. You know how the game went through a few concepts with its style? Must be difficult to like think with the concept of style for this game, just because how stylized this game is. You know, the end product. Oh boo! Cannot go there. Oh, okay. How about here? There must be something here. There has to be. It's a waterfall. You know how game likes to hide things behind waterfalls? I know I do. Guess not. Going back. I'm getting hungry. Time. It's like... Can't see the time. It's weird. To do this. It's 6. I feel like I'm kinda tired today. Is it okay if I stop here for today? It's only like about 6 hours. It's a little bit shorter than usual. I mean, honestly, I do kind of want to play more, but like that. I have to say this though. It is not because the game is not what I want that I keep yawning. No. It's right. It's definitely not the game. It's definitely not the game that's making me yawn. It's just I didn't really have much sleep lately, so yeah, that's why I'm doing this. I love the game, like honest. The game's giving me so much joy, and also it's so wacky. I love it. The game is sort of like a bit of a serious tone to it, but also a comfortable amount of wackiness to it. No, the trace of evil remains here. Life in the village is restored. You certainly look pleased with yourself, but still, now a great darkness shrouds your vision. May the enlightenment of Buddha await you. Heavens above! That's just wrong. I'm talking major bad karma. What do you mean? Major bad karma. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna stop here for today. Tomorrow I'll be playing more Masanto Stories, yeah? It's been a long time since I last played Masanto Stories. Oh hey! Ah, Okami Amaterasu, beloved mother to us all. I am flattered that you have judged my prayers worthy. The vile creatures that threaten our world are growing in strength. It is of the utmost importance that we exercise great caution. As you rejuvenate each guardian sapling, I sprout a new fruit. These are known as guardian fruit. They contain wondrous treasure that I am honored to offer you. Each time you receive a sapling, you may return to Kamiki for more. Here, receive my offering. Your journey will be a long one, but perhaps this will aid you. May the fresh scent of flowers protect you always. Revive a sapling and get some fruit. Oh, that one? Whoa. Bullhorn. Decorative accessory wrought from the horn of a bull. Rest well, princess. I'll try my best. Did I not? Oh god, the camera. Only one? I thought I revived like 2 or 3 guardian saplings just now. This tree suddenly burst out in flowers. What's going on? Oh, I get it. This is a dream. It must be. If someone just hit me, I'll wake up from it. Okay. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Did you say... I gave her a good whack and they just said I'm bad. Oh, I aimed at the kid. Oh, am I still dreaming? So, flowers really did just burst out all over this tree. But it can't be. Surely miracles doesn't really happen, do they? Bomb. Oh, bomb is good. Here, I know I already bonked him, but... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, don't worry, it's never too late. I want to bomb everyone. Here, let me go bomb one more people. Not you, I don't want to bomb you. What? I want to bomb. Oh god, yep. Kamiki village is suddenly filled with flowers. All my hustle visits to Konohana finally played off. Any excuse for a drink? Yeah. I'll go give the good old save once more and I'll find a raid target, yeah? Hopefully I'll be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. Oh, I kinda need it. Narix? Is Narix streaming? Streaming massage, right? No, I don't think Narix is streaming now. Alright, let's do an exit. Wait, no. Oh. Return to title? Imagine if I raid Narix either way. Raid to an empty channel. Well, not really empty channel, a channel that's not streaming. Did that happen before? Did that happen to anyone that they raided to someone that's not streaming accidentally? Maybe a typo. Maybe a typo that caused that. Probably. Here, let me do this real quick. Although now I have to do this manually, but I think it's worth the trouble. Yeah, it's worth the trouble. It only takes just a little bit for me to do this. Here, let me open up some music real quick. Yeah, my PC's dying. I love how every time I open up a browser and then my PC is like, oh god, help! Ugh. Oh, you know what? Okami OST. Let me see if there's like the theme just now. No, not this one. Which one? Hana Valley restored? No, Crystal Shinshu Field. Oh, Shinshu Field is pretty good. Ida race theme? Is there a race theme? Oh yeah. Oh, this one's great. Oh, I see it. Ida's race. Oh, is it the theme of Sakuya? Is theme of Sakuya the one that I listened to just now? It's okay. No, I'm gonna go find a raid target as well. Don't remember the brush strokes anymore? Wow. I'm leaving fair lah, because it feels like you played this a long time ago. So yeah, must be a little bit difficult. Also, I'm gonna make a, not really a New Year resolution, but at least I have to really make my presence known on the internet, right? I feel like. So here's what I'm trying to do here, right? Just a little bit. I kind of want to, every day when I stream, I want to clip something and then just put it into Twitter. It's just something I kind of want to do. At least, like I said, to make my presence known for the internet. So hopefully that they can make me reach up to more people. Hopefully, if the clip's great, yeah. I'm gonna try that. Oh my god, guys. Aisu is streaming now? Hey yo. Well, I found the raid target. I try to help, but my brain doesn't think much in clips. It's okay, Pinky. And all my tabs shall become one. It's okay, Pinky. You don't have to stress. Whoa, that's mine! That's my asthma! Oh my god, first try? You played my asthma first try, legs? Crazy! Hi again, legs. maybe I'll try to do a more variety of gasp. Butt Pinky. Oh hey, Buttspot is back online. You're so lucky. I wanna try my luck on this. Oh. Even I cannot get it. Nope. No, not one. Not one. Oh no. Oh, there's one thing I'm very curious. Give me a moment. Let me open up the lights real quick. It's not necessarily dark, but there's one thing I want to try before I end. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna reopen VC Face and I'm gonna try something. I wanna see how much of a resource it would take if I were to make it like track everything well. Being able to track like eyes and everything, being able to track wings and everything. Just kinda curious because I never did that before. Because my PC doesn't allow me to do it, just because of how intensive it could be. Yeah, track all. Okay, right now my PC it's at 45% CPU. That's pretty good. Track hair to toe. Maybe not hair, maybe not hair. Okay. So tracking quality, let me put to high quality. And settings, camera settings, I'm gonna try to put it as track butt to toe. Wants to remove some stress from computer. Here, let me hide myself a little bit. See this? There's like so many options here. But I want... What does MJPEG means? Slow? This one is like the full extent of my webcam, I think. Because it's weird. The higher the resolution, the lower the FPS, which is sus. See, the lower the resolution, the higher the FPS is able to track. Maybe I should try this one. Like I want to see how intensive it gets. And this one maybe. The FPS maximum? Dude, my PC is gonna explode. I feel like my PC is probably gonna explode. Well, time to try it. Alright, let me do this. Okay, go to zoom camera. Start. It's gonna happen. Crash before raid? I hope not. Let me just remove auto blink, remove fake gaze. Why am I looking on top all the time? I'm looking down, I'm not looking on top. Whoa, it tracks my eye? Oh, hi Hypnomancy. Whoa, that's crazy, it tracks my eye. No, it tracks my eyeballs. It tracks where I'm looking at. Oh my god, that's crazy. So I can look at I can look this way and I still can look at the camera. But why am I looking on top all the time, man? Oh, is it because of the camera position that I messed up? I think I messed up camera position. Oh god, what are you doing? Maybe a little bit lower. And then reset position. Ah! Why am I dead? Why am I a helicopter? Oh god. Ooh, RGB bold. No! What's happening? Oh god. Help. Ow. Help testing? Thanks. Whoa. Oh yeah, let me check something real quick. Okay, here's the thing. So at first it was at 46%, the CPU, about 46, 47, right? And I put it as maximum for VC face. It went from 46 to now 78% CPU. Bruh. Oh my god. Although I don't know why I'm constantly looking on top though. Oh god, it looks so cool that it's tracking my eye. It's so cool. Oh, it looks so much more lively, honestly. Okay, you know what? Since I'm here, let's try this again. All right, I'm gonna reopen the VC face once more. Let's try one thing. I'm sorry, but this is so cool to me. I never tried this before because my PC doesn't allow me to. My CPU is too bad. Let's have high quality but wink support, right? So that I can wink. I'm gonna try it. How do I wink? Oh, I'm winking? Wow, that's insane though. Maybe lighting needs some work, I guess. Look at that. I mean, high quality of wing support, my eyes are flying everywhere. My eyes are flying everywhere, look at that. Easy, like... My eyes just like, oh yeah, don't worry about it. Like, it could be this. Let me try this. Let me configure video. Gotta try and make it like normal. A little bit more gain, so it tracks a little bit better. I can do this as well. I can like shake without lagging. I nod and then you guys know that I'm nodding. But now it's at 92% CPU. 92% CPU! Whoa! I'm not even opening anything. I'm not even opening game or some shit. It's like VC Face itself is a game. It's like eating so much. Yeah, this looks more alive. I should definitely try to optimize this more. You know, maybe keep the... You know, keep the eye tracking and stuff. It's so cool. Oh my god. Yeah, this does make the character looks more alive, right? It totally does. It totally does. Oh yeah, since I already find a raid target, we'll be raiding Isu, right? Isu is streaming now. VC face the game. How to crush a stream in less than 5 minutes. Insane. Although I don't get why do I keep looking on top though. Oh yeah. Compatible? Compatible? This one? It's not necessarily this music. Who's Ida Race? Whoa. Are you? Oh, is it like Kamiki Village? Kamiki Village.
Join the forest guardians home. Now you can do that by clicking the link right here. Dragon Jam https://discord.gg/h6barod-f.
Nice, thanks TTS, thanks Pinky. Oh, sorry. Oh, here is Kamiki Village. That's not Kamiki Village. No, why is Kamiki Village so depressed? Well, I don't know what it is then. It's okay. Let's go back. Another one. Shinshu feels pretty good. Alright. I'm ready to raid Isu. God, it looks so alive. It looks so much more alive. Alright, as like a, well, not a tradition. It's like a thing, you know, end stream thing, right? I would say, hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tira is the most compatible kobold for most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She got horns. Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of things with these horns, with those horns. I mean, they are long. It looks like they're kind of round on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars. When you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle, instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horn. Yeah. Oh god.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tora is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yay. I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they are long. It looks like they are kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off an motorcycle. Instead of holding
I forgot about that.
They could hold your horn.
Motorcycle. Thanks TTS. Okay. Oh god. I'm okay. And then someone does this afterwards. It's very true. Compatibility is important. I know, right? Go Nini, but Nini. Hi Barnaby. I'm gonna raid Isu. Wanna join you with the raid? Yeah, I do feel like I want to go Nini. I don't feel too good. Especially that I didn't have enough sleep for the past few days. Nightmares, what can I say? Also, I hope you're doing good, Barnaby. Get better soon. You too, get better soon. I demand it. Well, I don't want to demand Barnaby. I'll try my best. I'll definitely try my best. Okay, let me type in the... Ooh. I will ship you electrolyte drinks and hugs. I don't know what electrolyte drinks are, but hugs is pretty nice. Oh, having wing support is so cool now. I can wink now. But man, this takes like how many CPU again? Went from 46% to 92% CPU. So yeah. I cannot do this. I can only do this when I have... It's already 100% CPU. Oh god. Have a pleasant rest. Thank you, Legs. I will definitely try to have a pleasant rest. Let's hope Nightmare doesn't... Yeah, let's hope Nightmare doesn't happen today again. It's not fun. Electrolyte drinks help with dehydration. Oh. That sounds pretty good. So like less consume, less hydration, but helps with more hydration. Electrolyte drink would be like Gatorade, but you can usually non-brand ones at something. Oh, is it something like 100 plus, like sodium salt water? Question mark. Gonna share a random clip before I raid. That's not a clip. It's 2:20 minutes. 2 minutes 20 seconds. What did I just say? Passes through the digestive system more easily. Oh, yeah, bonk the Nightmare. Except you'll need to read up a few things. Alright. After this video then. Alright, what is this? Oh, it's just music. Gas, but every the beat's missing. Oh no. It's just music. Dig my ass. Oh no. What's going on? It's gonna... Yes, game wanted. Take my DD. Yeah. I'm quick as. Oh yeah, this is great. Pinky. Everyone go follow Pinky. Yeah. Oh my god, it's so good. I step on S. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh god, I need to catch my breath. Oh god. Oh shit. It's gonna suck. Take my R. Here, I'll do it. Yeah. I'm adding this to my like, and I'm saving this to watch to my watch later playlist. Oh my god. Oh, dude, I will loop this music. To summarize, water isn't just water. It has essential vitamins and minerals you need that if you're dehydrated, you're not retaining. Electrolyte drinks just help get those minerals to you, which theoretically. Also, then helps rehydrate you in the process. That sounds like a big win-win. Is stream ending? Yeah, I'm not feeling too good because I didn't sleep well for the past few days. Sorry. But here we can listen to gas, but every other beat's missing. Gas. Also, Astro, look. I tried to maximize I tried to maximize my VC face tracking and I can wink. I have eye tracking. The combo looks so much more alive now. I tried it and my PC went from my CPU went from 46% to 98. Currently at 98. It's currently at 98%. So yeah, I cannot do this while I'm playing games, but when I'm doing something like this, I can just do it. Because why not? Compatible. Oh wait, do Astro know about compatible? I'm gonna cry. Compatible has cooldown 30 seconds, I think. Okay. All right, let me just summon Bernie real quick. All right. Here.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. No, it needs the typo to work. You need the typo. Compatible. I'm not gonna read it. It's because my typo was copied. Also to make it more unobvious. Is that a word? I hope so. Let me type in the rate for Isu real quick. I finally got a chance to rate Isu. It's been a long time since I last been to Isu stream. I'm so sad. I love Isu stream. Always so comfy. Okay, I type in the raid. Okay, I did it. Isu. Thanks for saying compatible. Makes it easier for me to type it. Oh, nice. I'm glad you like it. Let me check if I'm missing anything. No problem, but hi anyway. Yeah, hi Astro. I hope you're doing good too. There, hopefully I'm not missing too much. There, okay. I type in the rate. I'm ready to rate at this point. Yeah. So, before the raid, I'm going to say, I don't know why I keep looking up. Hope you guys don't mind. I cannot look down. Even though I look down, it doesn't look down. Doing good. Got a big thing I'm trying to finish by Monday. Ooh, big good luck with that, Astro, definitely. If it's a big thing, you're gonna nail it. You got this, okay? You got this. Yeah. Pixel animated thingy. Oh, nice. Dude, animation, I'm not good with that. Animation hurts me. Like, ugh. So yeah, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. I love you all so much. Right? Stay amazing, y'all. So, know that you guys all love, you guys all matter, and you guys all valid. Yeah? Kobo consumes all? Oh god, no. Oh, Kobo doesn't consume all. But maybe to those who take care of Kobo does, you know, a dragon. Oh no, a dragon. Hi. Hey, hi, passive. Hey, join us for the raid. Wait, I'm gonna raid the dragon because I'm a kobold. Have a lovely day, night, whatever time it is. It's almost night, right? Thank you, Astro. Same to you. Have a lovely day, I think. Also, I'm a kobold passive. How cute. Wow. You're the cute one. You're the cute one. Guess. Alright, here comes straight to Isu. Oh, well, hope you have a great midnight, Astro. Here comes straight to Isu. Cobalt Ray consumes all. I'm scared. I don't consume all. Maybe a dragon does. That's fine. I'll use it. I'll consume it because I'm a dragon. No, dragons should love kobolds, not consume them. This kobold says no. Kobold like shiny. I want shiny. Kobold consumes dragon? That's new to me. Well, tomorrow I'll be doing Master Hunter stories, right? I'm gonna try to go for Elder Layers or something. It's been a while. I miss riding dragons. I love Master Hunter stories. Hug you? Oh, hug you too, Taro. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Riding dragons, sus? Oh, you need to be here often. I say a lot of sus things without me knowing too. I don't know, my brain just spouts the weirdest thing. But anyway, see you guys tomorrow. Bye 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 bye. Be safe, be safe. Nah, Diluc, no! Diluc missed it.